Good afternoon. Today is 3 January, the year 2009. I'm Dr. Dave Thompson, a volunteer at the Palm Springs Air Museum here in California. Part of our mission is to record and preserve the history of our country's military conflicts, especially World War II. As part of the Veterans History Project of the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., we conduct interviews of veterans and civilians who've participated in those conflicts. Today, I'm here at the museum with special guests David Fuentes and Richard Ramos. And today we have the honor and the privilege of, what was your highest rank?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Okay. Of Lieutenant Colonel Hank Cervantes. Colonel Cervantes was a B-17 pilot with the Bloody 100th Bomb Group in Europe during World War II. So we're going to talk to him about that and a lot of other things. Hank, so nice to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Now let me get you focused in here. Okay. Now, first of all, would you repeat and spell your full name for us, please?
Certainly. My given name is Henry Cervantes. Actually, I should back off. It's Enrique Cervantes, and I'll explain why it's Henry at a later point.
And how do you spell it?
And Henry is spelled Henry, Cervantes, like the famous author. And I'm a native Californian.
And Enriquez, you said?
I'm sorry?
Did you say Enriquez?
Enrique is my given name.
And how do you spell that?
Enrique.
Okay.
However, in the third grade, my teacher taught me that we don't say Enrique here, we say Henry.
And when, or where were you born and when?
I was born in Fresno, California in October 1923.
October the what?
October 10th.
And so that made you how many years young?
I'm 85.
My goodness. Great. So did you say Fresno you were born in?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your father's name?
My father's name was Pedro Cervantes, but he was only my birth father and not my given father.
Who had raised you?
The man who raised me was my stepfather, and his name was Ignacio Gutierrez, Ignacio Gutierrez.
Okay.
He and after my true father battered my mother, she divorced him, and years later married my stepfather, who I call my father because in fact he was.
Absolutely. And your mother, what was her name and her maiden name?
My mother's maiden name was Maria Rincon, Marincon.
And how did she end up in Fresno? Where did she, her ancestors, where did they all come from?
My grandparents were from Guanajuato, Mexico. My grandfather had a saddlery shop there. He was quite successful. Given that we didn't have cars in those days, a saddlery or a saddle shop was quite a lucrative business. So they had a nice home. They sent I have two uncles, Enrique and Francisco, and their parents were able to send them to school to the level that's called colegio, which is probably somewhere between high school and college at this point in time.
And what part of Mexico was that town?
Guanajuato is in the north central part of Mexico.
Okay. How far from Mexico City, for instance?
I'd say it's probably 200 miles north.
Okay. And you've been there before?
Yes, I have, and it's a very interesting place. Guanajuato is built within a steep ravine, and so steep that they built the streets halfway up the ravine, and when you enter the city you go underneath and then you come up along the way. The reason they grew that it became successful as a city was because of a mine called the La Valenciana, which was at that point in time the richest silver mine in the world.
And your mother, can she trace her ancestors back to Spain?
My grandfather was a Cervantes, okay, going back to my true father. And he came over in the 1500s
Cortez?
with Cortez. And when he found that Cortez was giving land grants to his soldiers here in this, what we now know as California, he went back to Spain and got his 7 daughters and brought them back with him so that they might get a grant or marry a soldier who had been granted land. And the Cervantes Ranch was originally up near darn it, it's on all the T-shirts these days, not Hollister,
Oh,
near
Hollister.
Hollister, and it's now known as the Black Rose Ranch.
Oh, yeah. Hollister, by the way, I've got a Life magazine from 1947 when the Hells Angels went in, tore the town up.
Yes.
I remember about that. So, and your mom, how did she end up, did she come, was she born in Mexico, your mom?
Good point. They were young teenagers, when the revolution caught up with them. Some revolutionaries came into Guanajuato. They beat up my grandfather. They told him that they wanted him to make 3 saddles by the following day. He told them that was an impossible task. He had one on hand. He said, "You can have this one, but it's impossible for me to have 3 made by tomorrow." The leader of the gang said, "If you don't have them ready, you'll pay for it." They came back the next day, and of course they weren't ready. They began beating him and ransacking the shop. And when my grandmother heard the noise, she came there to find my grandfather in a fetal position with a gun pointed to his head. And she ran over and kissed the leader's boots and feet and asked him to please let her husband go. But he wasn't about to let him do that or get away with that, and they continued to ransack the place. Finally, he came back and found my grandmother standing over her husband, waiting for expectant death. But he was so impressed by her bravery that he told her, he said to her, "Go ahead and take him home. We'll get along without it." And they went ahead and finished ransacking the shop. And so at that point in time, the couple buried all of their, or hid all of their belongings, the most valuable belongings, in the central patio of the house, paid their help to help them do that, and gave them the papers to the land and the shop, and then they got on taking only what would not that would not cause uninvited attention, got on top of a boxcar and came to El Paso. Because one of my uncles had learned English, because he was at the age of 21, was a paymaster for an American silver mining company. And so he knew English well enough to come across the border and essentially set up a beachhead for the rest of the family to come after him. Other families were being incarcerated. They, because of his English, were able to have a job at Fort Bliss washing uniforms. When they got settled, my 2 uncles went back to Guanajuato to bring more of their treasures that had been buried, but when they got there, they found that these strangers were in the home and in the shop, and there was no way they were going to get anything. So they returned to El Paso, and now the family was destitute, and they began that long trail that many Mexican immigrants have followed to California. They picked whatever had to be picked in this area. There's in Brawley and Indio, I can recall my parents talking about those areas. Porterville, they finally ended in Malaga, a little burg just south of Fresno, and that's where they settled and went on from there.
I just this past year read the novel Mexico by James Michener. By James Michener.
Oh, yes.
It's a novel. Did you ever read that?
Yes, some time ago.
And it sounds like a lot of what you were talking about. That part. I mean, it covered hundreds of years,
Yes.
but part of it was during that time when the revolutionaries were coming down and beating people up and just causing havoc. Yeah.
It's a story that has been repeated many times for Mexican families.
Yeah. And how old were you when your father was not in the picture any longer?
It was shortly after I was born that my uncles heard that my mother had been beaten up by my father, so they came over and beat him up and ran him off. And I had just been born when that happened.
And did you have any older brothers and sisters at the time?
Yes, I have an older brother. His name was Gustavo. He's a year and a half older than I am. And after my mother remarried, they had 2 boys and 3 girls. I count them all as my brothers and sisters.
And the other 5, what were their names? That came later.
The other 5 are Evelyn, Aurora, Jenny, Reuben, and Stephen.
Are they all still alive?
All except my older brother. He died about a year ago.
And where do the other ones, where do they live? In California, pretty much?
They all live in California. They're generally central to Pittsburgh and Antioch in the Contra Costa County area.
And your stepfather, when did you first know him?
Well, I had to be like 3 or 4 years old. He was very good to me, to us, my older brother and me, and I think that was a prime reason my mother married below her class, as her parents said, because he was really unschooled. But she made it very clear to him early on that we were her children and she would be responsible for us. As a result, we never went to my father for help, for any kind of assistance, or in any way did we have a direct contact with him. We always, that was one of the problems my older brother and I had. We didn't know what to call him. My mother never said, call him your father, or call him father. She just left that an open item. And so here we were addressing essentially our father and not knowing how to what to call him.
You're talking about your stepfather?
Yes, and so it was a problem for all of our adult lives.
In my family, my grandfather died in the 1918 flu epidemic, and so my grandmother remarried, and we always called him by his first name. His name was Frank. Didn't call him father, or even the kids. And it was pretty much throughout our family, with brother, with uncles or things like that. If you weren't a direct father,
Yes.
then you just called them by their first name, and that was kind of the way it was.
Well,
with
we were
us.
so young that we
They
wouldn't
wouldn't
dare
even
do
know.
that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And it was, so that made the problem even more convoluted, because my younger brothers and sisters called him father, but yet we were standing out there in limbo,
Right.
So it was a problem. But we loved him dearly, and it wasn't until very late in life that we really got close to each other.
And was your family very religious? Did you go to church a lot?
Yes, my family, my mother and grandmother converted from Catholicism very early on. They were Baptists. And my mother, I don't know if they were Southern Baptists or some other kind of Baptist, but at home, my mother's word was law, and there was no smoking, no drinking, no dancing, no lipstick, no nothing. She was very strict about it, and that's the kind of home we were brought up in.
And was there a Baptist church in your
Yes.
community that you went to?
We were members of the First Mexican Baptist Church in Fresno, California.
And so your stepfather, what kind of work did he do?
He was a farmhand, bracero, as many of them are called, and because it was at the height of the
Depression.
Great Depression, we all became braceros. We all worked in the fields. My mother, my older brother, and me. The younger ones are too young, but from the time I was about 8 or 9 years old, I began working in the fields.
You know, the Depression, you think about people losing, like factory workers and whatever, losing jobs. You don't really think about so much the people that work in the fields. It was a hardship on you guys too? I mean, was it harder during the Depression than it had been before the Depression for you all?
Let me tell you about that. When we were following the crops from Fresno to San Jose, we lived in a dirt floor tent. We dug a hole in the ground, put a grill over it, and that's where my mother cooked. At night, we hung a kerosene lantern for illumination. We burned horse manure to get rid of the mosquitoes, and we slept on mattresses fashioned from gunny sacks filled with corn husks. That was our life. When we were not able to pick for whatever reason, if we were working in peaches, apricots, just about any one of those fruits, we would work cutting the fruit with a hook knife. And for a 9 or 10-year-old kid, that's pretty dangerous work.
How were you treated by the farmers that you worked for and your
The
family?
farmers that we worked for were very patronizing. There was so much work to do, and there were so many families that were in dire straits. When I tell you that we lived in a dirt floor tent, other people lived in hovels made of fashion from bed springs, twigs, whatever. It was a very, very stark existence.
So if the farmer didn't like you or whatever, it's easy enough to get somebody else to replace you. Is that what you're alluding to?
I should have touched on that. In most farms, we were segregated. There was an area for the Caucasians, and the Mexicans were in another area. The Caucasians had cabins, in many cases, with all the amenities nearby, and the Mexicans were out there in the Tule somewhere.
Did the white ones, did they get paid more than you guys?
Not that I can recall. As I recall, we were all paid the same.
It's just that they had
But
better
there was that
amenities.
segregation.
Yeah.
And the people who we were being segregated from were the people from the central part of the United States that were going through the Great Depression in that area, and had picked up everything they owned. And the only difference between us and them was the color of our skin. They came on out, and very quickly became racist over the only people less fortunate than they, the Mexicans. So very early on, there was this problem.
Yeah. What did you kids do for fun when you were growing up?
Oh, we, as all kids do, they don't need toys. They find their own fun. We lived on a ranch for a long time. We went swimming in a ditch among the pollywogs. We fricasseed, fried, pulled the wings off of everything that flew. The farmer where we lived rented his pasture land out to a sheep herder, and they would bring their sheep down from the Sierra Nevada foothills to have their lambs there. And so they would have the lambs in the spring, and we had 500 playmates. You know, the lambs followed my brother and I everywhere.
Yeah.
And we'd try to run them off, and they'd stand there and look dumb at us. But if the sheep herders' dogs came by, well, they'd take off like kids being chased after school. You know.
Did you play soccer at all?
No, we played hockey. If you look at a date palm, the frond from which the dates grow is curved in the shape of a hockey stick. And when they cut them off to get the dates, if you skin it down, it's a pretty good hockey stick. And we would use those, and that was our game.
With a ball or something like that?
Whatever.
Right.
A can, a ball.
Now, so when you weren't following the crops, you had a central location that you lived, like a home in that, what's the name of the little town again?
Fresno? Malaga?
Malaga, yeah.
When we stopped following the crops, well, there were two sets of events. We followed the crops with my uncles, because they quickly became contractors. They would contract for a job to, say, pick a field of grapes, and then they'd go out to get the laborers, and they would feed the laborers and truck them back and forth and so forth, and that's the way they made their money. And at some point in time, a farmer liked the way my stepfather worked, and he offered him this job, full-time job, and part of the contract was for us to live in his old home. And so my stepfather, was in charge of this apricot orchard that went on to become the site of the IRS office IRS office in Fresno.
Oh, yeah.
But in those days, we
I know that well. I sent a lot of correspondence to them.
well, we lived there in that farmhouse. Our front yard was a ditch. The backyard was a sty, a rickety old barn, and the entire area was a parking lot for yellow farm machinery. And that was our home. We thrived there. One of my fondest recollections was of going out. We would along with my father, help the sheep herders when the sheep were having their lambs. And my brother and I would go out there and hold a lantern while these men did that work. And occasionally some of those sheep would die, or a lamb would die in the birth process. And so they would take the dead lamb, skin it, turn the skin inside out, pin it around the body of a lamb that had been a survivor, and offer it to the lambless mother, and the mother would smell it a little bit and then accept it as her own. And so we would go out there and play horsey with the adult lambs. We put my little sisters on the back of the lamb and give them a little ride, And the lambs, they'd all stand there and watch us, with puzzled look on their faces. And finally they'd realize we're having fun, and they'd come scurrying up to us like cats, and you could almost hear them saying, I'm next, It was that kind of fun that we had.
And where did you go to school?
We went to Easterby School on the east side of Fresno. It was a grammar school. It's still there. And it was a very difficult time for us, because that was our first brush with racism among our peers of kids. That's where we learned all the slurs and all the words that are used. And the most difficult part for my brother and I, we were the only ones of school age, was our arrivals at school in the morning. My mother would make our lunches with bean tacos. She would and wrap them in old newspaper that she got from the church. And we go to our school room, and all the kids had bright metal lunch boxes, and they line them up on the shelf, and they would do it so proudly because they were pretty, They had all the little characters on them. And my brother and I would take our bean tacos and hide them over there under the lost and founds and the other stuff, because we were so ashamed of them. And we'd often find them on the floor or in the wastebasket, or somebody had ground them. And so rather than complain, my brother and I began hiding them in the trees of the apricot orchard that we crossed on the way to school. It was about nearly 2 miles from home to school. And so we would hide them in the branches. And then at lunchtime, go back and try to have our lunch there. Unfortunately, the black ants would get to the beans, and by the time we got there, there was no way we were going to eat them. So we often went hungry. My father, after the leaves fell off the trees, the lunches stood out like birds' nests up there, you know. And my father found them because he was irrigating that area, and he brought some home one day and asked and questioned us why he was finding these lunches up there. And we told him why, and he never asked again.
Did any of your teachers speak Spanish? Any of your teachers speak Spanish?
No, they did not, that I can recall. It was very difficult for us, particularly for me. You know, we didn't have television.
And did you speak Spanish in your home?
Yes, it was the home language. My mother never did speak English, nor did my father. So we had to transition through that. Near the end of the third grade, my teacher held me over, and she said, "Henry, because you speak Spanish at home, there's no reason for you not to learn to speak English here. I'm going to keep you here until you can." My 8th birthday came along while I was in her class. On that day, she took a little card, wrote a poem on it, and gave it to me as a present. I've never forgotten that poem or Miss Nielmeyer. I'll recite it to you. Sueña tus sueños en una estrella. Sueña tus sueños altos y lejos. Porque los sueños que soñamos en la juventud nos hacen lo que somos. Dream your dreams upon a star. Dream them high and dream them far. For the dreams that we dream in youth make us what we are. I thought it had to do with flying. High, far, stars, and I began thinking about being a pilot. I'm sure you'll agree that some little guy that looks like a discarded rag pile out in the middle of a strawberry field and thinking about being a pilot, he's not thinking, he's dreaming. But I confided my dream to my mother. Never batted an eye. She said, "Son, if you want to be a pilot, you can be a pilot. But nothing that is of value is free. You're going to have to work for that." I never forgot that, and I never expected anything for free.
Was there a airfield close to, or had you ever seen an airplane at this point in time?
The first airplane we saw was a crop duster. One night there was an alfalfa field right next to the home where the house that the farmer had given us or loaned us. Well, by the way, my father's wages were 5 cents an hour, and once they went up to 9 cents. But he was on duty 24 hours a day. He was in charge. He was irrigating, he had to watch that situation day and night. But there was an alfalfa field immediately next to the house, and one day we came home from church and there was a crop duster there. And my brother and I immediately ran to it, and we pushed it, pulled at things, and finally my brother Gus got tired of it, and he went home. But as soon as he left, I unstrapped the cover. It was an open cockpit airplane, bi-wing airplane. I climbed up into the cockpit. And, I was sitting there, had a bucket seat for a parachute, looking up at the instruments and wondering what was all that was. There was a sea of instruments. There were probably 5. But I thought that, my gosh, how do you do this? But anyway, I sat there and played with that thing until my mother came for me. And she stood there with that stance that all parents seem to be born with, wide open and hands on hip, and saying, "Get down from there." And so I got down, and she dragged me home, and I kept looking back to make sure I had sat in an airplane. It was a thrill that I never forgot. And sometimes after that, after we'd gone to church in Fresno, she would take us to Chandler Airport, which is nearby the church, and we'd sit out there by the street that was beside the airport and watch the airplanes land and take off. And just listening to that engine grumbling and rumbling was just music to my ears. When when that crop duster, the next morning after we saw it, they loaded up with, very early in the morning, they loaded up with some kind of white powder. I have no idea what it was. And my mother got us up very early, my brother and I, so that we could go watch it. And the guy took off, the pilot took off, and then he came in for part of his crop dusting and came swooping over the house, and then he'd start his dust going. Well, as he came over the house, he'd punch the button, and my brother'd stand, I'd stand out there in this, I don't know if it was DDT or what, but we thought that was heaven, you know. And in any case, it was my baptism to airplanes, and to me, it was really something. And so I went to the school library, and I got a reference to a book titled "We," written by Charles Lindbergh about him and his first flight over the Atlantic Ocean.
We have it here in the library.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it since then. But you know, I told my mother about it, and it must have been the hottest day of the century. She got us in our best clothes, and we walked into the Central Library. Had to be 6 or 7 miles. And she got us each a library card and had us each withdraw a book. And I just chanced on this particular book, and the only reason I took it was we had pictures of airplanes in it. And I didn't understand 99% of it, of what was written in it, but what I did understand conveyed visions of flying into golden sunsets, flying through fluffy white clouds, and flying at night with star-laden skies and comets flashing across the horizon. I thought that was so beautiful. My mind was just a real picture. And I wanted to go up there so badly because I felt so ashamed of being Mexican, brown, and poor. But those were the beginnings of my dreams.
And where did you go to high school?
By the time I went to high school, we were living in Oakley, a small town which is now quite a large area, in between Antioch, California, and Brentwood, California. And I graduated from the Oakley Grammar School and went all through 4 years of high school at Liberty Union High School in Brentwood. My mother did not understand English, didn't know English. So when she looked at the report card, she could not distinguish between one subject and another. All she looked at was the grades. And as long as we got good grades, she didn't say a word. She kind of, I don't recall being patted on the head, but I don't recall being castigated for it. But so we took the easiest courses around, my brother and I. And it was during my freshman year, not long after I'd gone into high school, but I was walking down the corridor, and suddenly someone, trying to look cool, you know, I was a new freshman and trying to show what a good big man I was, and somebody tapped me on the shoulder, and it was a nurse, a teacher, Miss White, very small lady, and she said, "Let me see your shoe." And I tried to pull away from her, but she held on. She said, "Let me see your shoe." So I brought my shoe up, and she said, "That's what I thought." She took me to the principal's office where they took my shoes off, and the soles had worn away from the shoe, and I'd taken copper wire and lynched it from either side of the top of the shoe, and then twisted it under there, and I was leaving a trail of blood on the corridor. So they undid the copper wire and sent me on my way. They patched it up, and they sent me on my way with my socks trailing behind. And it was the most embarrassing moment of my years in school. It was because I'd been totally opened, you know, to how poor I was. I went out for, I didn't go out for sports until my junior year, and the reason I didn't is I didn't have the shoes. But I was in the gymnasium. It was the beginning of my junior year when a Japanese fellow who was a runner, his spikes, we wore those spikes then, and his were pretty well worn, so he tossed them in the garbage can. I waited until he left and I fished them out of the garbage can and tried them on, and they were too small. So I took out the inner sole, which bared the tops of the spikes, and put them in a bucket of water and soaked them, then put them on and ran until they dried, and they fit a lot better after that. And I played football, and the reason I was able to do that was the tackle, the right tackle on the football team, was caught smoking in the local theater by the coach. So he threw him off the team. And this fellow was so incensed that he took off the cleats and threw them under the lockers. As soon as he left, I redeemed those, and I already knew how to stuff paper in the toes of them, and I played wide receiver for the football team. I was the fastest man on the team, but I would have been much faster if I didn't have those shoes that were 3 sizes too tall, or too big.
Yeah.
And let me continue that story a bit. It was the beginning of, shortly after the beginning of the...
Hold that thought. I gotta change the tape here real quick.
I'll wear you out here.
Oh, well, this is great. Okay.
It was not too long after I was a junior playing football and quite a good runner. There were only 60 boys in the senior junior class, so it was no great effort. But the vice principal called me in his office and he said, "Henry, you're a very good athlete, but if you intend to go out for sports in college, you have to start taking college preparatory courses." You'll recall that my mother could not interpret the writing. And he said, "You're going to have to start taking college preparatory courses. I've reviewed your grades and you're just taking the easiest courses around instead of the courses you should be taking. I've written down the courses you should take this year instead of the courses you signed up for." He gave me this card: physics, biology, algebra. I said, "Who needs this? I don't need this. I can't go to college. My parents can't afford to send me to college. We work in the fields. I had to get up at 4 o'clock this morning and go out and cut asparagus before I ran to catch the bus to come to school. Even I can smell me." He said, "Henry, you have no idea what your future holds for you. You have to prepare yourself." "Oh, Mr. Callahan, you and your pet talks. I cannot go to college." Get out of here. I left. I graduated from high school. World War II was 6 months away. And my older brother immediately joined the Marines. We'd always done everything in lockstep, and I wanted to go with him. And so I got a hold of a waiver, an age waiver, and ran to my mother, and I said, "Mama, sign this so I can go with him." And she said no in a tone of voice I knew was useless to argue against. And so pretty soon we're receiving V-mails, not emails, but V-mails from him. He was fighting in some of those awful battles they had in the South Pacific. And every night, by that time we had a little thumb-shaped Philco radio. And every night my mother would have me turn it on and listen to the news and interpret it to her. But as I'm sure you know, they don't put out too much real information. And but in any case, after I'd finished doing that, my mother would go into her room and sob just uncontrollably uncontrollably. Just deep, deep, almost animalistic sounding sounds. And we would all cry with her in sympathy for her. And so I wanted to do what I could to help my brother. And also because she was becoming ill, I wanted to be close to her. And so I read that there was a Navy pre-flight training course at St. Mary's College up near Moraga. And I'd never seen any Navy airplanes flying around, but as naive as I was, I thought, well, if I could get stationed there as a Navy pilot, I could be helping my brother in a nice, safe place and being close to my mother. And so the day I turned 19, by that I already had a motorcycle, an old motorcycle. And that morning I got up very early and pushed the motorcycle about a block away from the house so as not to wake my mother, and kicked it over and headed for the Oakland Armed Forces Recruiting Center. And walked into the room. I found my way to this room. There was a single desk, several rows of chairs. A few people were sitting there, a few Caucasian candidates, prospective candidates. And behind the desk was an array of flags that you would expect to see in that setting. And I didn't know what was going on, but I walked in and stood behind this, or in front of this officer's desk at attention, the way I'd seen him do in the movies. And he was reading a newspaper. And he heard me walk in. I was wearing big bold boots. And he kept on reading for possibly a half a minute, finally lowered the paper, took a long look at me, raised the paper, and continued reading. And I thought, I must not be standing straight enough, so I cranked it back some more and stood there. And I probably stood there another minute and a half before he lowered the newspaper again, so I was still there, threw the newspaper aside, picked up his cigarette, took a long drag, blew the blue cloud right into my face, and he said, "Young man, we don't take Filipinos, spics, or niggers in this program. If you want to join the United States Navy, I suggest you go down the hall. I think they're taking you guys as mess boys right now." I couldn't believe it. Tears welled into my eyes. No one had ever insulted me so openly before, and what hurt most of all was that an officer sitting in front of those flags had done it. I tried to control my temper. I couldn't. And when I finally let loose, I said, "Look, you son of a bitch. Whatever it takes, I'll prove you wrong." And I ran. I ran out, jumped on my motorcycle, and took off. As I was going home, roaring down that highway with tears of humiliation streaming from my eyes, I vowed to myself, people may think that because I'm Mexican, I'll eat dirt. But whatever it takes, I'll prove them wrong. And for ever so many years after that, I've had that question in my mind. Am I Mexican, Mexican-American, or American? And I've spent many years trying to prove that I'm an American.
I wanted to back up for a minute. Do you remember December 7th, 1941, what you were doing, or when you first heard about the attack and stuff?
Yes, I do. Now, brings up a very interesting part of that story. Just before I went into the service, there was a steel mill nearby in Pittsburgh, California, part of U.S. Steel. And my father got a job there as a laborer, and as soon as I got a job there also. And because they valued my father's work ethic, and they gave me a job as an apprentice in the auto shop. Actually, all I did was wash the cars of the executives, but they just thought that much of my father. But while I was there, they began bringing steel, and some of the steel that they were bringing in to melt down and use for armament were parts of the ships that had been sunk in Pearl Harbor, and some of them you could see these huge holes in this steel, and so that taught us very early what war was like. And so we had an inkling as to what we were getting into.
Yeah. But at the time, were you up on current affairs when the attack on Pearl Harbor came about? Was that a real shock or surprise to you, or could you see something like that coming?
As I recall, when I first heard about it, several of us who had motorcycles were where we hung out at the local service station, and the owner of the service station came out and said they just bombed Pearl Harbor, and we said, "Oh, really?" We had heard of Pearl Harbor, had no idea where it was, and we knew it was a catastrophic event, and we knew that we were probably headed for war, but where that war was going to take place, we had no idea. We learned that very quickly.
And your motorcycle, what kind did you have?
I had a Harley Davidson 74. It was about from here to that chair over there, weighed a ton. And that was my first motorcycle.
Did your family have a car at all? Did you drive at all?
Oh yes, when we were following the crops early on, we had a 1924 Model T convertible, and then graduated to another Ford, and then a 1932 Chevy, and then my brother, just before the war, got a 1938 Chevy.
And when you were in high school or right after, did you have a special girlfriend or anything like that?
Yeah, interesting. There was a girl who lived a block away from our home, and she looked like a freight train had hit her on the oblique. Boy, she wasn't very good looking at all, but she was very interested in me, and she was about 3 years older than me, and so she taught me a lot of things. But partway through our affair, she began seeing this soldier. He was in the Air Force, or in the Air Corps, and he would come walking up the street in his bomber jacket and his billed hat, and that's probably why I'm wearing this one, and I would see him and think, I don't know what it takes for me to. He was a sergeant, a buck sergeant, and I'm gonna win her back one way or the other, and that was one of the reasons I wanted to be a pilot. I wanted to go back and show her that I was better than he was, but by that time she had already married him.
By the way, that jacket, is that?
It's not the original.
It's not the original,
but
I
the patches.
mean, the patches. That's why I wanted. I'm going to zoom in on that. Is that the 100th?
It's the 349th Squadron in the 100th
In the
Bomber.
100th Bomber Group. Okay. Is that Minnie Mouse or Mickey Mouse or
Yes,
almost looks like
flying. I think it's Mickey Mouse flying on Pluto.
Yeah.
An airplane
I
that's
think it is.
fashioned out of Pluto.
Oh yeah, that's neat. So then how did you get into the Air Corps then?
Well, I told you about going to try the Navy.
Right.
A friend of mine named Phil Samoto and I were drafted together, and we were sent to the Presidio of Monterey for not basic training, induction. And we were in line to get our uniforms. We were still in civilian clothes the second or third day there, when there was a big ruckus up in front of us. And somebody said, Joe DiMaggio was up there. And so we're all craning our necks, we were in line, but craning our necks to see Joe DiMaggio. And I should back up. Joe, when my senior year, when we were playing football, they contacted him through his restaurant on Fisherman's Wharf and asked him if he would not come down and be our special guest for the Letterman's dinner or whatever. Mm-hmm. And he said yes, he would. But he failed to show up. He had been injured during that period of time, and was not in the lineup, and was home. And rather than come, he sent us a little pencil in the shape of a bat that advertised his restaurant. And we were all deeply disappointed because he did not come. And so now we were in this line, and someone said, "There's Joe DiMaggio up there." And as we were nearing the point where we're going to get our uniforms, the sergeant said, "You're going to get your uniforms. You'll have a place to change, regardless of what it looks like. You have to change into it. Someone's going to tailor it for you. And as far as your civilian clothes are concerned, you can either keep them and ship them home, or there'll be a big corral there. You can just bundle them up and throw them in the corral." And so that was the instruction. And as we neared, as Joe DiMaggio neared the corral, he was in a pinstripe suit with a white shirt, and his tie kind of loosened up, and he took off the clothes and bundled them up and threw them in the corral, and about 10 guys dove in after it. And I don't know who got what. But later on, I saw Joe in one of our formations, and I reminded him that he had stood us up. And he said, "Yes, I remember that." He said, "I was hurting. I really hurt, and my brother took care of sending you guys something." And so thereafter, I saw Joe in Hollywood with Marilyn Monroe one day, and I said, "Hi, Joe," and he said, "Hi, Brentwood." He still remembered who. He didn't remember my name.
Yeah.
But he could still associate the
Sure.
incident. But in any case, going back to the story, we changed in our uniforms. They were tailored. Most of it was one size fits all. And now we were Phil Samora and I were walking down the street in the Army camp, and he suddenly said, "Hey, Hank, Mira, look, they're looking for pilots." He said, "See the sign? It says, take a test and become a pilot in the United States Army Air Corps." And he said, "Let's go take the test." And I said, "Are you crazy? We can't pass no test to be a pilot." Phil said the smartest thing anyone has ever said to me my entire life. He said, "How do you know we can't pass it until we try?" And that stuck in my mind. And I've used that all through my life. But in any case, I said, "We can't pass it, Phil." And I told you what happened to me with the Navy. And he said, "Look, what's the worst thing they can say to us?" I said, "No." He said, "Let's go take it. Even if we fail it, maybe they'll let us work around the airplanes, putting air in the tires or washing them or something. It's better than dragging this rifle around." I said, "Okay, if you want to go, I'll go." We went to take the test. Phil failed it. I passed it. They took all of us who had passed it and sent us to Santa Ana Army Air Base, where Orange Coast College is today. There, we underwent rigorous testing for gosh knows how long. Physically, mentally, psychologically. The highest ranking people were made pilots. The second were navigators, and the third were bombardiers. That's the way they ranked your qualifications in those three categories. And so it was beyond belief, as far as I was concerned, that they said I could go to pilot training. And they quickly bundled us up, and all of those who had not been to college were sent to Washington State University at Pullman, Washington. And I hadn't been there 4 weeks when a lieutenant called me in his office, and he said, "Cervantes, you've only been here 4 weeks, but you've already failed 2 examinations, one in physics and one in biology." And he said, "One more of those, and you're going back to the infantry, which is probably where you belong anyway." I didn't want to let him see me cry. He said, "Come back here, I didn't dismiss you." I went back, and he said, "There's some old professor here in town who's volunteered to help near failures like you. You'd better go see him, because if he can't help you, you better come back and start packing." I went to see him that night. He was a Cuban man, a philosophy professor. He asked me all what I had done prior to the service, and when I finished, he said, "Enrique," he was Cuban, "Enrique, apparently you've learned the discipline necessary to do stoop labor under a hot sun, but you've yet to learn the equally demanding discipline necessary to sit in a nice room like this one and work with your brain. I'm going to teach you how to study. He made it possible for me to get through at the very bottom of the class. I then went to Thunderbird Field outside of Phoenix, and there I was the only Mexican in the school, other than sergeants who were with the cadre.
And what year was this? Did you get to Thunderbird?
That was in 1943, and I.
The reason I was asking, I just got a movie, and I forget the name of it, but it all takes place at Thunderbird Field in about 1942.
The name was Thunderbird Field.
Yeah, in 1940. Not the name of the movie, it's something else, but it all took place there. It's in color, it's really,
Yes.
I mean, you would be able to, I mean, maybe you've seen the movie before.
I think I've seen it once or twice.
I think Gene Tierney was in
But
it. Or
we were flying those
the Searman.
airplanes made out of baling wire, canvas, and pipes.
Yeah, they had a lot of Stearmans flying around there.
That's what they were. And so, again, I didn't have any role models. I felt alone. I was continually teased in one way or the other.
Were there any other Mexican Americans there at the time?
No other minorities of any kind.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it was quite a burden. But in any case, I wanted to quit because I was getting sick. They were teaching us how to get the airplane out of a spin, and I wanted to quit because I was getting sick. The only reason I wouldn't quit is I didn't want to let the other guys see me quit, and so I hung on. And Thanksgiving came along, and some very nice families in town volunteered to have cadets come over and have Thanksgiving dinner with them, and one of them selected me. And I was in a hotel there in Phoenix, looking around, waiting for them to pick me up, when I saw a Mexican family, 3-4 kids, with their eldest son, a brand spanking new infantry lieutenant, brand new uniform. You could tell he had just graduated, and I got behind a post to watch him because he was the first Mexican officer I'd ever seen. And as I watched him, I could see how proud his parents and his siblings were of him. They were looking at him like he was some kind of god. And I thought to myself, just imagine if that was your family. They're out there picking prunes. Just imagine how proud your parents would be. If they could say, my son's a pilot. And so, as I continued to watch him, I vowed to myself, mud, flood, or blood, you're going to stay in this program even if it kills you. I next went to Marana, intermediate training for intermediate BT-13s. We flew there, and things were pretty much the same. I was catching on to the flying a little bit better, and from there we were sent to Douglas, right on the Mexican Arizona border, and there we're flying AT-17s, twin-engine airplanes, and up until that time, because
Now, had you gotten your wings by this
no,
time?
still,
not.
that's where we would graduate if you
see.
made it through
Okay.
the course there. But there you had to get an instrument card, you had to pass night flying test, and it was a pretty fair test of your ability. But early on, Mexican kids learned to say that they're Spanish. If you say you're Mexican, that's a no-no. But if you say you're Spanish, that's okay. And so I told everyone that I was Spanish until the day that three of us went across the border to Agua Prieta, which is just across the street. And we walked up and down the street, and there's a bunch of tawdry sex shows and everything you can imagine along that one street. But it was my first time in my ancestral home, and I associated with those people. They were speaking my home language. They were dressed much the way I did early on, and so I wanted to talk to them but I didn't dare because I didn't want to let on to these other guys about my background. And as we were nearing the gate to leave Mexico, this young prostitute approached me and asked me if I wanted to go to bed with her in Spanish. And I said, no thanks, in English. And she promptly told me what she thought of me in Spanish, and told me that I was trying to fake my ancestry. And she turned to the others and said, he's Mexican, he doesn't want you to know it. And so we went across the border, and the word spread around the class immediately. And the slurs and it was bad, it was really bad. But I had only one thought in mind, and that was getting those wings. I didn't care, I didn't fight with anyone. As far as I was concerned, their slurs were part of the cost I was having to pay for being there. All I wanted was those wings, and I was bound and determined to get them. The graduation day came, and the ceremony was held in the all-purpose gymnasium. And they marched us in, and guffaws and snickering started as soon as I walked in, because I'd been out in the sun for so long, nearly a year. So I was really dark, and much darker than you could imagine. And I looked like a brownie among a bunch of oatmeal cookies, and everybody was, laughing at me. That is all the audience. And so they awarded us our wings. The guy mispronounced my name. He said, Cervantes, Sir, I don't know how he did it. But he just kind of rolled his eyes and kept on going, and the colonel gave me a pair of wings. They gave us 10 days off. And this other fellow and I went to the PX and got a little set of miniature pilot wings, because we wanted to give them to our mothers. And so I bought the wings, and we both got on a Greyhound bus headed for the Bay Area. And when I arrived home, my mother wasn't there. Both my brothers and sisters and my dad were, my father. And but she wasn't there, and it was a Sunday, and I thought, well, she's probably in church. Waited a couple of hours, and she didn't show up. And so I asked no one and everyone, where's my mother? And my father said, well, we didn't want to, we know what you've been doing, and we didn't want to worry you, but about a month ago, your mother was found walking down the middle of the highway at midnight in her nightgown, and a semi-truck nearly hit her. So the constable helped me get her committed to the Agnew State Mental Hospital up near San Jose. And I just shrouded my concern with silence. I didn't say anything. Next day we went to see her, and walked in. The chief nurse said, oh my, we didn't know Miss Gutierrez had a son who was a pilot. She just had a shock treatment this morning, but I'm going to get her. She'll really enjoy seeing you. The nurse went into this enclosed area and came out with this old woman with gray hair, chopped short. Her arms were shriveled, the flesh was shriveled. I had no idea who it was until my father pushed me in her direction. Only then did I realize it was my mother. I went up and I threw my arms around her and I said, Mama, and your son. She didn't recognize me. Her arms remained limp at her side. She kept looking at only what she could see. I broke down, and we went out to the car for privacy. And as I sat there holding her hand in silence, my father pointed to beyond the perimeter fence. There was a prune orchard where we had once picked prunes. And I shut my eyes. I recognized it immediately, because when we were picking prunes, we used to wonder what that mysterious complex was that was enshrouded with this steel mesh wire. And we never did figure out what it was, and until that moment did I know what it was. And so we took her back, and I said goodbye to her, Said, I'm going to war, but I'll be back soon, and Gus is all right, we'll be home all right. And she just turned away from me like I was a complete stranger, and the nurse took her back. I went to see her doctor. He was surprised to know that I was a pilot. He said, "You mean Maria's your mother, and you're a pilot?" And I looked at him in the eye and wondered what he was going to say next. And he said, "Have you ever seen this?" Reached into his desk and he pulled out this death certificate. And it was my grandfather's death certificate, the one who had had the saddlery, my mother's father. And it said that he had died in the Stockton State Mental Hospital, and that the cause of death was general paralysis of the insane. And I was just dumbstruck with that. And he said, "I wonder if they know about this." And no need to tell me who he meant by they. I knew he was talking about the Air Force. And so I immediately grabbed my father's hand and we left. On the way home, all I could think of was how much I hated my real father, that he had deserted us and hadn't even come to see us, not even out of curiosity. And I wanted to say to him, "God damn you." I was brought up by a man who was more of a father than you could ever be. And but I didn't share that thought with my father. We just went on home. And as we got there, on the way home, I said to him, if the Air Force finds out that this medical history, they're going to ground me. If the other pilots hear about it, they're not going to want to fly with me. If I want to get married, a woman isn't going to want to marry me because of that medical history. And so I decided to leave home, although I still had 8 days to go on leave. I wanted to get away from there because I had a different last name than my mother since she had remarried, and I was hoping that they would not make the connection. So I went into the hotel to get a ticket to Las Vegas, where I was go through a B-17 training. And I got the ticket, then went into the bar where the bartender had known me for years. And he was all complimentary about my new uniform and how snazzy it was. He said, your compadres are out there in the islands picking tomatoes. They'll be in. Why don't you wait there? They're going to really cream their jeans when they see you in that new uniform. And I said, well, I don't know about that. They're not always pleased with seeing officers. We've been treated so badly in so many cases. They may not be too happy about seeing me in this uniform. And sure enough, here they came, 3 or 4 of them, and they looked like frightened weasels. Their eyes were rimmed with, I don't know if you've ever been out in the islands in the summertime, that peat dirt just blows around. It's black peat dirt, and it sticks to everything, your eyebrows, your eyelashes.
You're talking about the islands, the Channel Islands, or off of California?
No, the interior, where the Sacramento and the, it's not the San Joaquin, but there's another river where they come together, and there's this delta area there, and then it goes through the Carquinez Streets Bridge into the bay. And so it's the flow of water, the strength of the flow of water that comes through there that holds the salt water in the bay from coming into the farmland that is very rich. That delta area is very, very rich. And we worked out there, as did these guys who I had left, who had stayed behind and were still working there. So they came in, their shirts were white with sweat, with salt, pants leg tight at the ankles, their ear hairs black with peat dirt, their eyebrows, everything, just the way I had looked years before when I'd been out there. And the bartender, Wally, said, I can remember when you came in there looking like that. And at first we were kind of sparring around a little bit because they were just exactly as I had left them whereas I had become an entirely different person than they once knew. I still understood everything in Spanish, but because I hadn't used the language for over a year, I hadn't been around anyone who spoke Spanish, I couldn't really have a discussion with them in Spanish, and they resented that. And finally, one of them said, "You don't even speak Spanish anymore. Whose ass did you have to kiss to get that uniform?" And so they were really derogatory, and they really loaded on. And I finally threw some money on the bar and walked out. I went upstairs. I got a hotel room in the hotel because there's no way I could stay at home. I had 5 siblings back there, all teenage siblings by now, plus my mother, father, and grandmother. So I got a room in the hotel. I went walking up the stairs to my room, and as I opened the door, it was all red from the Oakley Hotel sign that was just outside the window. And immediately it reminded me of an incident that had happened in Stockton when my brother Gus and I were wandering around in the seedy part of Stockton. And we walked by this known house of ill repute, a hotel, and my brother had always challenged me to do things, you know. And he said, "I dare you to go in there." And that's all I needed to prove that I was as good as he was and as brave as he was. So I opened the door, and as I opened the door, a little bell tinkled up above me. And immediately up at the top of the stairs was a red light, and this young girl came out there in her panties and bra and started to wave at me and saying, "Come on up." And she all of a sudden stopped, and we looked at each other, and her hand was up there like some officer holding a stop sign, you know. And I immediately recognized her. Her name was Sarah, and she had gone to Sunday school with us back in Fresno. And she screamed, "Get out of here, get him out of here," you know. And I ran out of that door like you could not believe. And I told my brother about it. I said, "Come on, let's go home. My mother's liable to hear about this." He said, "How in the world is she going to hear about it? She's in the hospital." "Oh, you never know." I was more afraid of my mother's wrath than I was of anything else. At any point, I went and got on the bus and went to Las Vegas and went through transition. Got sent to Rapid City, South Dakota, where they amalgamated us into a crew, and there we went, and there we had to go see. Went to the legal office where you had to make out a will, and none of us had anything of value, but you had to declare all your worldly belongings and say who they would go to in case you were killed. And all of a sudden, when you came out of there, you're feeling your mortality and just how fragile you really were. But we went on. We got climbed on this train and were sent to Boston Port of Embarkation. On the way, we kept peeking out through we had the drain, all the window shades drawn. They didn't want the public to see what was inside, and we kept looking out to see if we could see a sign of a city to get an idea where we were going, because we were in that train forever. And then finally, after maybe about 4 or 5 days, it's pulled up beside a big warehouse. They ushered us out and into this big warehouse, and they lined us up and gave us each a slip of paper. Some sergeant did, while ladies gave us coffee and donuts. And then doors on the opposite side of that warehouse all opened up, and they moved us out into a big platform. And there in front of us was this huge, big wall, black wall. And it took all of us probably around 4 or 5 minutes to realize that was the site of a ship. So I never married. I went to Las Vegas, checked out in the B-17 as a co-pilot, and they put us together with a crew. We went over to the 100th Bomb Group in England, and on the way over, some old crusty old sergeant flacked us up. He said, you know, there's a story about the 100th that's true. He said, I was there when it happened. He said this B-17 got shot up, and it was shot up so badly that the pilot decided to land in Germany. And so he put the wheels down to indicate that he was going to land. Two ME-109s came in tucked in on either side of him to escort him down. While they're going down, the pilot changed his mind, told his gunners to shoot the ME-109s down, and they shot him down. And according to this sergeant, the Luftwaffe came up looking for the 100th after that. And I later realized that couldn't possibly be true. They only had about 10 minutes of fighting fuel. But I can't imagine them going up and down the line and thinking, where's that 100th, you know? So that was a falsity. Anyway, we began flying missions. We flew 26 missions total. And we saw the normal amount of combat. We flew maybe 4 or 5 missions against the ME-262s.
Yeah.
Every time we ever saw an ME-262, someone went down. No question about it.
And the ME-262, that's the jet.
That's the jet
early
fighter.
jets,
They're the first German jet fighter, and of course the first one in the world. And they flew 100 miles an hour faster than our P-51s. So we were totally shook up.
Okay, let's. I want you to go over to the picture of the B-17 here, if you would, and let's talk a little bit about the characteristics of that airplane.
Give me a clue.
Okay, tell me where the crew members would be in the plane. That would be one. Armament that you had and stuff like that. Yeah.
All right. This is a B-17G. It's recognizable by the chin turret, where they had 2 guns. The top turret was these guns were manned by the navigator and the bombardier, or later on, by the time I got there, they no longer had commissioned bombardiers. They had toggleiers. They were enlisted men who watched the lead airplane in the squadron, and when his bombs went, he hit the switch and our bombs went. So we had a toggleier and a navigator. The flight engineer was normally the highest ranking enlisted man in the crew, normally a tech or a master, and he manned those guns. In the ball turret, normally we had a rather small individual, and we had 2 waist guns. In the later editions of the B-17, it was recognizable here because the 2 windows back here were staggered, and that was because when they were even up, the 2 gunners would interfere with each other. So they staggered the windows. They each had I'm sorry, I don't remember what they had. They had 2 guns. They had two machine guns, and then the tail gunner, of course, had 2. That was the manning of the airplane. The one thing that might be of interest, the highest casualty rates among crew members when they went down were the pilots. Second was the ball turret, and then after that it was kind of even up as to what happened.
And the pilots would be, because if you get the driver of the bus is going to go down. So they would probably, the fighters would probably concentrate on, and the head-on attacks, especially before you had the chin turret. Is that correct?
Yes, they concentrated on the head-on attacks until we got those guns and on the Gs, and that changed the tactic, and they began attacking from the back and the sides. Going back to the problem of casualty rates, the pilots, because they were side by side and had a biscuit looking like parachute, had to reach down under the seat and get it on, and of course they were so close to each other that they were fighting each other to get the thing up and get the hard hat off and the flak suit off, and then go down there to the hatch, which was down beneath them, or back to the bomb bay. In either case, it just took time, when milliseconds are of total concern.
And they had to actually physically get the ball turret gunner out of his.
Yes, they had to
dump.
position the ball turret so that the hatch was pointed up, and they could open it and let him out. And of course, that was a very difficult thing. He was so cramped in there. I don't know how those guys stood it.
And you had a radio operator too, I believe.
I'm sorry, you're right. And he was
Right about where
in
that
this area
window
right
is,
here.
yeah.
And he manned, in some of the airplanes, they had a gun that was here.
Yeah.
And in others, they just had one gunner here, and the radio operator came back and manned the other gun. I'll refer to this later on.
Sure, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We flew 20.
So when did you get overseas then?
We went in the in December of 1944.
And you flew your plane all the way?
No, we went over the Ile-de-France.
Oh, you did?
Along with 14,000 ground troops, and they were going over there because the Battle of the Bulge was on. And they were trying to get as many people in there as possible.
And wintertime, the North Atlantic was probably not too much fun, huh?
Hell on wheels. Something that interesting that happened on that voyage, when it took forever to load everyone into that ship, and I was very fortunate. There were 14 people in a stateroom about this size. And 13 of us were all pilots, and there was only one bunk left, and with no one to occupy it, and it was right next to the latrine door, and that lower bunk was the one that was unoccupied. I had a top bunk, and had a view outside of one of the portholes, and about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, they cleared this one ramp, or gangway, I guess you call it, and these long line of chained GIs came up the ramp, and we did not exactly know what was going on, but they brought them up, and about an hour later, a first lieutenant came into the room. All he had was a musette pack, and he looked around and saw that was the only thing available, so he tossed it there. And then he looked around, and we were all startled because he was wearing a combat infantry badge, and just beneath it was a little blue ribbon with white stars, the Medal of Honor. And we were agog. We were just young lieutenants, you know. And so he looked around and then walked out, and he was in charge of these GIs who had been running off, going AWOL rather than going overseas. And so his job was get them there. And so we became friends because he was from Northern California. And one day, his name was David Weber. And one day I asked him, he had this just musette bag, this shoulder bag, and I said, Dave, where's your A and B bag? Because we all carried A and B bags. And he said that we don't have A and B bags. We don't have flunkies carrying our stuff. We carry everything we own put on our backs. And he said, let me show you. He took his musette bag and dumped it, and 4 sets of underwear, socks, family pictures, toiletries, and one big, some women's stockings given to him by actress Carol Landis. He had been on a Bond tour, and she had given him these to help him along when he got overseas. But the only strange thing in the musette bag was a big industrial-sized bottle of Menon's aftershave. If they used to you'd see them in the store windows in their displays, big old bottle, you know, thing. Mm-hmm. And I said, I understand everything else, but what do you need that thing for? He said, well, when we go take over a town, I find me a good-looking girl, she sprays some on herself, I spray some on myself, and we get on with business. And so we became very dear friends, and he died 3 months later in Germany. He was shot. But that was my best remembrance of that voyage. We went to the 100th. As I said, we flew the 26 missions
And that was at Thorpe's Abbott?
at Thorpe Abbott.
Thorpe, yeah.
And
where is that?
it's in outside of a little town named Dis, which was midway between Ipswich and Norwich. And nothing, we saw the normal number of people go down for whatever reason. But the mission that our crew is most noted for is our 25th mission. And I'm going to set it up for you. And by the end of 1944, the Germans were losing the war badly. And the generals were scrambling around trying to find some way to turn the tide. A young fighter pilot went to Hermann Göring and he said to him this: with the advent of our Me-262 jet fighters, our prop-driven fighters are obsolete. I propose to you that we call in all of our Me-109s and strip them out. Take out all of the armament except one gun, leave one wing machine gun with 60 rounds to protect himself in case he's attacked. But strip everything else out, the radios, the heaters, anything that's not necessary to make that airplane fly. And then go out and get volunteer pilots to fly these airplanes and have them in one big attack, one specific mission, have them go up above the bombers and the fighters, the American bombers and fighters, because they're limited due to the armament. And they'll probably be able to get up to 34,000, and then come down and crash into the American bombers, just like the Japanese kamikazes did. And he said if we use the Me-109 specifically, he said that the propeller, the steel propeller on that airplane will act as a saw. The steel beam running through the wing will, if we hit that airplane, if we crash into the bomber midway up the fuselage, it'll break in half, and the long inline engine will protect the pilot to some degree so that he can bail out. He said, I would guess that possibly 50% of our pilots might die performing that maneuver, but it's better to lose them in that manner than the way we're losing them now with nothing to show for it. Göring sat on the idea because he didn't think they could find sufficient number of pilots to go commit suicide. But he said, but in any case, I'll take the problem to Hitler. Hitler sat on it because he didn't want the world to know what dire straits they were in. In the meantime, our fighter pilots and our gunners aboard the bombers were knocking down those Me-109s at an ever-increasing rate due to the lower experience level of the German pilots. Hitler finally approved the mission in March of 1945. And so they went out and called for the Me-109s to be brought in, and Göring sent out a message, rather long, but the key sentence was, I summon you to a mission from which the possibility of your return will be minimal. And it was sent very top secret to all the fighters squadrons and to the fighter schools where the kids were learning how to fly fighters. Went out to all of those groups. 2,000 German pilots volunteered. They brought them in under secrecy to Stendal, a base just west of Berlin. And there they interviewed them. Those that they thought would be too timid to crash into a bomber, they sent them home. Those that were very good pilots, they put them aside, they needed them alive. The rest, they still had too many pilots, because as the Me-109s were coming in, they found that they were down to no more than 100 Me-109s, where they had originally built 36,000 of those airplanes, although they kept upgrading them as time went on. So they were down to about 100 109s, and they decided they still had too many pilots, so they said, you got to have at least 50 hours in the airplane before we'll let you go. So that got rid of some more. Those that remained, they wined and dined them. wine, whiskey, beer, cheese, meat, things that they hadn't seen for a long time. And then Hajo Herman, this fighter pilot, briefed them on the mission. And after he said, you're going to go above the enemy, and then come down and in a very determined manner crash into a bomber, and each of you are going to take one of them out. And he said, now that you know the mission, if anyone wants to leave, you're free to leave. Only one pilot walked out. So they went ahead with the plan. They set it up for to go on the 7th of April, 1945. On the 6th of April, without knowing what the Germans had planned for the following day, and the Germans not knowing what 8th Air Force had planned for the following day, the 8th Air Force planners decided that on the 7th of April, they would have a maximum effort. And a maximum effort, all the bomber groups went up. They, in the 8th Air Force, they called them maximum efforts, or MEs. Down in the trenches, we called them EGs, for everybody goes, including the colonels. And so they planned this mission for the next day. They're going to put up over 1,800 bombers, covered by 750 fighters, and they're going to after 15 targets in northern Germany. And they put a new wrinkle into their planning. They reasoned that because the Luftwaffe had not attacked us with any great numbers for at least since we had burned Leipzig about 10 days before, that it was probably pretty probable that they wouldn't attack us that day on the 7th of April. And so they said, let's send the bombers in at 15,000 rather than at 25 to 30,000. And that way the bombing will be more accurate, and it'll save the crews from the toe-numbing cold that they suffer at altitude. And so that's what they planned. The plans went out to all the bomb groups, and on that morning we took off. We're going to take off at like 5 o'clock, but it was so foggy you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. They delayed the mission for 1 hour, and then we took off. You couldn't see 200 feet ahead of you on the runway, but we took off and began circling around at 15,000, getting together. And by the way, it would take sometimes up to an hour for us to get in, align ourselves to go up US Highway 1, as we called it. And so we took off, and because we're going at 15,000, and we, during the briefing they said, no sweat, it's a milk run. We were all laughing and scratching about the milk run. And as we went by Doomer Lake in Germany, a big checkpoint, we began hearing other bomb groups ahead of us calling for fighter support. And so we knew that we were going to be in a battle. We turned on the IP, the initial point, to go over the target downwind, to go faster. And as we neared the target, the tail gunner said, I was flying co-pilot, the tail gunner said, here comes one at 5 o'clock high. I turned right, and within the span of our wing came a Me-109. And right within there, just missing the wing. But he hadn't shot at us, and he wasn't at his gun sight aiming at someone down below. He was looking at me. We looked at each other for that fleeting second, and he was gone. He crashed into a B-17 immediately below us, and everybody exploded and everyone died. A few moments later, an FW-190 came across in front of us, and he shot at an airplane that was to our left and forward. The co-pilot on that airplane was a Mexican pilot. His name was Renato Delgado. He's the only Mexican pilot I met during 22 years in the Air Force, and they got shot up, and they got a fire going in the wheel well, and they started falling back. Our navigator, Tony Piccone, said, oh look, that airplane's on fire. Oh hell, he said, that's Jonesy. Jonesy was their navigator and his good friend. He said, let's fall back and protect them. And I said, we can't do that. And he said, I'm coming up there. I pulled out the .45, cocked the bullet into it, and then I held it over, and I said, when your nose touches it, I'm going to fire. And he looked at me, and he knew I wasn't kidding. And I said, now go back to your station and do your job. So he went back, and moments later, crash! The airplane went way up here, slewed to the left. It shook like a dog shaking water off itself. We both kicked hard right rudder. The rudders went all the way up under the instrument panel, came down and just dangled there. The controls, well, number one engine was on fire. The controls were going back and forth like this. All of the radios were out, including the interphone. And I couldn't understand what was causing those controls to be so violent. So I looked back, and from the pilot's window, you could just barely see the tips of the horizontal stabilizers. So I looked back, and the stabilizer looked like it looked like a porpoise going through the water. It was going up and down, and so I turned to Joe, and this is the horizontal stabilizer, but this one was gone. Well, what happened was I turned to Joe and I said, Joe, on the right side, mine is going up and down. Looks like the tail wants to break off. And I said, what's yours doing? He looked back out of the pilot's window, and he came back and said, are you sure we're supposed to be able to see the tip of the stabilizer from here? And I said, yeah. I don't have one. So that's when we knew what the caliber of the problem was.
And what your number one engine, is that going from left to right or right to
That's
left?
from left to right.
So that'd be that one right there.
What had happened, well, I can get ahead of the story just a little bit. A gunner and another B-17 was this guy that crashed into us. He was leading him. And so in leading him, you lead him, obviously. Mm-hmm. And so he shot into the engine and put a bullet into the nose, and that's what knocked out the radio control box that's up there. Tony, the navigator, had just leaned down to pick up his map when the bullet went by and went into the lodge, or it would have killed him. But that's the kind of situation we had going. As we got to the target.
Did the enemy plane actually crash into your tail? Is that what knocked that up?
He came in from behind and this direction. He knocked off the rudder down to about the numbers, just above the numbers. He knocked off the entire left horizontal stabilizer. The propeller sliced into the fuselage just after the window about 3 or 4 times, and cut the cables going back there along with the electrical harnesses. And so we had the engine out, radios out, interphone out, and all of this trash back here.
But nobody heard at this point?
Nobody heard. Well, we didn't know that because the battle was on, and we couldn't talk to anyone. All we knew was that the airplane seemed to want to fly. But we continued on. We had another 3 or 4 or 5 minutes before we got the bombs to the target. The toggler triggered the bombs, and immediately the airplane began climbing because it was trimmed for nose up for the bomb load. And above us was the high squadron. So we were climbing at a pretty rapid rate, and we tried pushing on the controls, but there was no way we could overpower the slipstream, so we began pulling power back. And we were back down to like 110, right at the stall speed. The airplane was just crawling, and we just damn near traded paint with the airplane above us. The tail gunner's eyes were like dollars as we went by. And of course we're doing 110, they're doing about 150, 160, so they went off and left us. So we fought our way out of the area, and stabilized the airplane about 110 miles an hour, just above the stall speed. So we continued on, and pretty soon 2 P-51s came up on either side of us and looked us over, and one of the guys went this way at me, and I said, no, there's no radios. And so they gave us a thumbs up and took off, and that was our signal that we were probably out of the battle area. And I told the engineer, go back and tell everybody to throw everything out of the airplane that'll move, except the emergency equipment. And he said, everything? I said, including the guns? And I said, yeah, here's my wristwatch, throw it out, everything. So he went back and they kept throwing everything. People on the ground must have wondered what the hell is going on up there. But in any case, we kept on going.
Did you still have your bombs on board?
No, we dropped them over the target.
Okay, so
that's what caused the airplane to start climbing.
Oh, okay.
And
what was your target that day?
I'm sorry?
Your target that day?
Buchan. We're going after some underground oil tanks. And it's about 50 miles southeast of Hamburg, little town.
When you got to the target, were you still with your group, or had you fallen behind them?
We were starting to fall back,
Okay.
but we weren't that far away from the target that we didn't have somebody around us yet. In fact, one of our let's see, when the stabilizer flew off, it went flying back, and it went over one other airplane's wing and hit another B-17 and knocked his stabilizer off. But he had nothing, no other problems to worry about. And we continued on. We threw everything out, and as we neared the coast, we're doing 110. It's a long way over there. And as we neared the coast, down below, we could see abandoned fighter strips that the 9th Air Force had used as they were going on. And we thought about landing there, but we reconsidered because we thought, well, if we commit ourselves to a landing strip and it's bombed or damaged or something, or if the tail breaks when we touch down, we're going to have casualties, and we don't have them now, so let's keep going. This committed us to going across 200 miles of the North Sea. We were gambling that the tail would hang on for that length of time. And as we neared England, the fog that was there that morning was still there. I turned on the ILS.
What is that?
Instrument landing system. It's an instrument that has the 2 needles. If you go to the right of the track that you've put in it, you have to correct to the right. And when you get to the glide slope, the horizontal needle, if you keep them both square, it'll take you right on down to the landing point. And so we turned it on, and it locked onto something. But each ILS unit has a signal, a radio signal that it emits, and that's what tells you which one you've locked onto. But because we didn't have radios, the radio was out, we didn't know what this thing had locked onto, so we had to follow it because that's all there was to follow. We were at 15,000, we started going into the clouds at 11,000, continued on. Once in a while we would feel the prop wash of another airplane up ahead of us, and that made us feel good because it meant someone was up there ahead of us, and we sure as hell weren't going to overtake anybody at 110. So we continued on, and as we neared 1,000 feet, I just knew we were going to die, because along the coast of Great Britain there were these tall 1,000-foot radio towers, and I was deathly afraid they were going to run into one of them. So we had no idea where we were, but we continued down, and we broke out at 700 feet. Airplanes everywhere. Everybody scrambling around trying to find a place to land. We made a big traffic pattern, got way out, way beyond the local area traffic, lined ourselves up with a runway, and kept coming in. Time for gear down, hit the switch, no gear. The bombardier, the flight engineer went into the bomb bay and cranked them down. A tremendous effort to do that, because you have to get this thing to go over center before it'll free fall a little bit, then you lock it. We got a green light, we continued down, and we were about 200 feet off the ground when here comes another B-17, also shooting red flares, cuts us out, and goes in to land. We're too close to him to land behind him, so we have to go around. But you can't go around on 3 engines with the wheels down and no rudder, and you can't gain any altitude and go around. We're right above, right going by the church steeples and the telephone poles or whatever. And as we went around to set up another traffic pattern, down below I could see people, 200 feet, just right down the stretch. And I could see people jumping off their bikes and getting out of their cars and running out of shops, and everybody's pointing up at us. And I thought, boy, given all the damaged airplanes you people have seen come home, we must really be something special, We still had no idea what was going on in the back. So we came on around, aligned ourselves up again, and touched down, held the tail wheel off as long as we possibly could, and we finally let it down very slowly and gently. It sounded like you'd taken a giant beer can and squashed it on the sidewalk. It moaned and groaned and screeched, but it held together. We taxied over to the hard stand and shut it down. We went to debriefing, and several pilots said they were attacking us, or crashing into us purposely. And the debriefer said, "Oh no, we don't have any history of that. That's not true." And so they just poo-pooed it. We argued with them, but they were just not in the mood to argue about it. Any case, on the 7th of April, 1945, God made an exception to the rule about an airplane needing a tail to fly, because He let 9 very lucky airmen come home. It was not until the early part of the 90s, when the German pilots who survived crashing into airplanes came over to the 8th Air Force Museum and filmed several of us, not several, 4 or 5 of us, to tell our part of the story, as they had their own pilots tell their side of the story, and then they built a monument near where several of them crashed, and they held an observance there every other year, and it's a big thing over there, because these pilots they're heroes.
Yeah. Did any of them actually survive crashing into our
Yes.
bombers?
On that made-for-TV film, about I would say 5 or 6 of them at least tell their stories about crashing into airplanes. I went on to, as time went on, I had struck up a friendship with Hajo Herman and Werner Zell, who was another pilot who crashed into, and they came over, and Zell became a very good friend of mine. We corresponded for a number of years until last month when he died. But that was a story of that particular mission. After that, the communiques at 13th Air Division and 8th Air Force sent out both denied that that there was any purposeful crashing into bombers. Whether they did it for propaganda purposes or so that they wouldn't scare us or what, I don't know. But that was a story of that situation. After the war ended, we flew one more mission after that, and we flew it in the airplane that was damaged.
Really?
It kind of flew like a wounded duck, but kind of half sideways. But
So, what was the date of VE Day then?
VE Day was, I believe, 5th of May.
May.
I believe that's right. But
And so then, was that like a humanitarian mission that you flew after that?
Yes, we flew. I'm sorry. Before the 5th of May, we flew missions over to Holland, where we dropped food, and we also went over to Linz, Austria, and brought out elements of the French Army. One of the interesting parts of that little episode was this colonel. They would bring him to the airfield, and these people would climb. They'd shoot DDT into him under their close, and then they climb in. And this colonel he looked kind of, there were two colonels and the rest were enlisted men. And this colonel, lieutenant colonel, looked kind of friendly, so I asked him to take a picture with me. And we took the picture, and then he reached into his wallet, pulled out his business card, autographed it, you know, a souvenir, whatever the date was, and he gave it to me. And I've always said, those Frenchmen, always ready to socialize. And after we brought them out, we then started bringing French civilians out, including women and children. A few children, mostly women. But going back to the soldiers, when we brought them out, as soon as we'd get to France, I'd head for the Eiffel Tower, because I wanted them to see that. And so as soon as they'd see it off in the distance, they'd come climbing. We put those colonels right behind the pilot seats because it was the most comfortable place to be. But the soldiers, as soon as they see it, they come climbing over those colonels, you know, they want to kiss us and hug us. And all I could think of is, man, all their cooties are jumping over to my clean brown body. But then we brought the women and children out, and men civilians also. But if there were any pretty girls, we put them right beside the pilot seats. Made it easier for them to express their gratitude. But after that, well, we flew those first. Then we flew the Mercy missions to Holland, and it was a very, very sentimental thing because it was tulip time, and we were told to stay under 500 feet, so we stayed right above the waves. And when we got to the dikes, we'd go up over the dikes and back down, and we could see the German gunners at their guns, you know, all that we had a truce with them, and they were at their guns ready to fire. And so we dropped the 10-in-1 rations, and down below we could see people, civilians, running to pick up these 10-in-1 rations. They weigh about 30 pounds. Even as more kept raining down on them. And there were German soldiers among them. And as we went out along the dikes, women and people had put, it was tulip season, and they'd made signs, thank you boys, and as we went down the dikes, we could see women holding their babies and pointing at the big grins on our faces. After having caused all that destruction over Germany, having finished that episode with that Mercy mission was very heart-rending.
I guess, did you think about all of the destruction that when you were bombing Germany and the people that were, and probably a lot of civilians, just were perhaps not surviving? Did that affect you at all?
In one particular mission, near the end, we were sent to bomb the Munich rail yards. And by the time we got there, the 100th, the Germans had had time to light up their smoke screens and lay smoke all over that area. Dachau is like about 15 miles as the crow flies from that rail yard. And we didn't want to take the chance of, we didn't know what, we thought it was a prison camp. We thought there were Americans there. And we didn't want to take the chance on hitting them. So our flight leader made the decision of dropping the bombs on the center of Munich. So we did that. And then as we were going back home, we passed over the Alps. They were beautiful. It was springtime. There were something like the mountains here, but so much more snow. And as I kept looking at those mountains, I thought, all I could think about was the destruction we had caused in Munich for no reason at all. And I sometimes try to justify that action by saying, well, the bombs were fused and ready to go, but there was no necessity for that. They could have put there's a wire thing you stuck in there and it kept it from exploding. That's the one that caught me.
During, when you were over there, did you get into London very often?
Yes, a number of times, and I had an experience with a woman. I was walking around the Soho district, and there's this one little tea shop that had a very interesting architecture, and I was stopping and looking at it, and I looked in the window, and this woman was on the other side of it, right, like that far away. And so I looked, she was a beautiful lady, and I just kind of shrugged my shoulders like, no harm in looking. And she motioned me to come in, and so I went in, and she was Norwegian, married to an RAF high-level officer. And we chatted, and then she invited me to walk her home, and they lived in this fellow was in charge of a RAF squadron very near London, and so he would come he would come home sometimes and sometimes not. So she invited me to walk her home, and I did, but I knew right on that she wasn't going to invite me in. So the next day I was walking around again and went by that place, and there she was again. So this time she invited me in to their home. They had a flat in some kind of a private club, and everywhere I looked there were pictures of this RAF pilot. And we began an affair. We had a signal. If the mailbox was open, that meant come in. If it was closed, he's home. And so that was it. Whenever I was in London, I'd always see her, if the mailbox was open. And one day the mailbox was open, and I went jumping up there, and on the door was a little black wreath. And I thought of knocking on the door and expressing my condolences, but I thought better of it and just went away. About, maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, I was coming out of the Lyceum Theater, which is a very nice theater there, and she came walking toward me on the arm of a RAF pilot, and I was having the wheels turn real fast, try to match this guy to the pictures I'd seen in the flat, but I couldn't. But she walked up to me and she said, "Henry, I didn't know you were in town," and we said, "Nice to have met you," or "Nice to know you," or whatever. And they went on into the theater, and I turned and watched her. And when she got to the door, she looked back and gave me a little wave. Mm-hmm. But I met a number of young women. I was single, ready to go.
Were there buzz bombs coming in when you were there?
During the time that I was there, I was at Brighton. After we had the crash, they gave us 10 days flak leave, and we went to Brighton on the coast, and I was going up the stairs with this young lady to her room, and I met her at a dance. There was a dance hall that had been King George's stables and had been converted to a dance hall. Had the longest bar you can ever imagine. And I met this girl, and she was Spanish. And so she was enthralled with the fact that I'm Mexican. And so we agreed that she would take me to her room, but it wasn't going to cost me anything. She was going to do me a favor. And so, but she says, "You're going to have to be very quiet when we go into the rooming house, because my landlady lives on the first floor, and we're going to have to sneak by there to go upstairs." So we take our shoes off, and we're creeping up there, and we're in the room and undressing when, "Rah!" you cannot believe the explosion. And we grabbed whatever we could and went running down the stairs, and there's a landlady down at the bottom of the stairs. I knew you had a man up there. Less worried about the rent than she was the explosion.
Yeah.
And we ran out in the street, we went right by her. All kinds of people out there, all wrapped in blankets and all pointing in one direction. A V2 had landed about 4 blocks away.
Wow. And that was in Brighton?
Yeah.
Huh, I thought they just went into London pretty much.
They, you know,
Or they just go anywhere.
The buzz bomb, the one that had the motor, you could not predict where it would land. It just cut out somewhere, and whatever was beneath it, that was it. But I don't know if this thing malfunctioned or what, but it hit in Brighton.
Huh. And the young English ladies, did they talk to you about being Mexican or anything like that? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
were they
They were all, they thought it was exotic. Well, you know, they didn't have the attitude about blacks. They thought a Mexican was exotic. They loved the music. They loved the dancing. They didn't have the attitudes that we went over there with. In fact, there at the 100th, the very first day that we were there, I decided to go into DIS to check out the girls. And I asked Joe and Tony if they wanted to come along. They were both just recently married, and they said, no, you go ahead and tell us about it. So I climbed on this truck that was going into town, and I asked the sergeant who was driving the truck, I asked him, is there anybody in the back of the truck? It was a big 6x6. And he said, no, there's nobody back there. And I said, well, I would have thought at this hour of the afternoon that there'd be a bunch of guys back there going to town to live it up. He said, no, we don't go to DIS unless we have to. And I said, that's strange, why? He said, there's a Negro engineering outfit not too far from there, and it's their town. And so we don't go there. And I said, well, thanks for telling me. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. But then he said, but let me tell you something. He said, the very same girls that the Negro guys come in and dance with at the dance hall was the corn exchange. The very same girls that dance with those black guys, it's easier to say that now, are the very same girls that come to dance at the officers club. So I don't know why you guys are so damn particular that you won't dance with them in their own area. And I said, well, gee, I'm really pleased to know that. I think rather than going in DIS, I'll write back with you and learn some more about the base. And he said, and I said, Sergeant, how come you know so much about what's going on around here? He said, well, I came here as a flight engineer, and we were circling around to join up when he had a word for it, they were clearing their guns before he went off. And he said some guy shot into our airplane and killed the pilot and co-pilot, and I was the only guy that survived. And so I wouldn't fly any more missions. And they tried to shame me into going back, but I told them no. So they made me the pigeon officer and a truck driver. And I said, what the hell's a pigeon officer? He said, every bomb wing has a group of, homing pigeons. And they're there in case all other forms of communication between the bomb group and the 8th Air Force headquarters are broken, and we use the pigeons. And he said, I'm the pigeon officer, I take care of the pigeons. And he said, doesn't bother me, I just soon clean pigeon shit than get shot at.
Okay, then take a break. I need to change tape here. Doing okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
got me reminiscing about things that
Well,
No,
that's-
well, I
that's
shouldn't
the
quite say
idea.
I'm writing, I wrote a book,
Yes.
and I'm adapting the book to a movie script.
Oh.
And so some of what I've told you is
You've been
is
thinking of it,
directly
yeah.
associated with the book.
Oh, great.
And the book will be, at this point in time, Ram Commando. That's what the Germans called this group of pilots.
Oh, yeah.
That, it'll be Ram Commando, Hitler's kamikaze pilots.
Hmm.
And I think that that'll attract
Oh, I'm sure it
attention on
will.
screen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a story that, 99% of the people have no idea about.
They really don't.
I've never heard of it, yeah. Yeah.
And I think it'll be an interesting story.
Yeah, I'm sure it will, yeah. Okay, so you've flown your last mission, so then what happened? Then what?
Flew the last mission, and then we began flying GIs, American GIs, from different bases there in England to Casablanca, Port Layudi, Casablanca, to catch ships coming back to the States, because all the other ports in the Western European area were all blocked with our ships.
Oh, I meant to ask you, what was the name of your pilot that you flew with?
Joe Martin.
Joe Martin, okay. And
He-
were you pretty close?
Yes, I talked to him a couple of days ago.
You did?
Yes, he's down in Houston. We've been close all of these years. He's a very religious guy. I'll tell you about an incident that happened on our very first mission. We were nearing the battle lines, and Tony, our navigator, he was a big fellow, former cop in Detroit. He over the interphone talked to the toggler, and he said, "You got it here. I have to go back to the relief tube. There's a forward relief tube right next to the forward hatch." And so he went to the relief tube, came back, and then a few minutes later, he said, "Well, we're approaching the battle lines. It's time for everybody to get their flak suit on." So Joe and I put our flak suits on. As I said, he's very religious, and our hard hats. And I was flying the airplane, and all of a sudden, I started feeling this moisture coming down my forehead, and I wiped it with my sleeve, and made my eyes burn. So I took the mask off. I knew exactly what it was. It was urine. And Joe at the same time said, "You got it." And he started going, the urine was getting in his mouth. And so we knew exactly what had happened. That guy, the navigator, had gone back to the tube. The tube was blocked. The bees used to make their nests in the tube, down on the underside. And the thing had spilled over on our hard hats and our stuff. And instead of telling the engineer or us or somebody, he just kept it still. I cussed him a blue filly. But Joe, being very religious, all we would say was, "Dad gummit." And I said, "Tell him." And that's as far as he'd go. But
Yeah.
all I could hear over the interphone was all the other crewmen laughing away, But that was and it was our first mission, and the toggler, of course, was watching the lead airplane, and as soon as the lead airplane dropped his bombs, the toggler knocked his out, and he hit the switch, and you get a light upstairs, and within 5 or 6 seconds, he said, "Hey, I can see the flashes of our bombs hitting the target." And Tony, his mate up there, said, "Get your head back in here, you dummy. Those aren't bomb hits, they're shooting at us." So we never got another bomb report out of that guy. He kept his head in. They're going on, the same mission. All this happened on that. One of the things that happened, nobody ever told us, this is a flak suit, and this is the way you wear it, and this is a hard hat, and this is where you wear it, and you can put your headset on and all that stuff. No one ever said that. The same as no one ever told us about the jets. But I'll go back to the navigator and the toggleer. There, we're nearing the battle lines, and the toggleer is saying to Tony, Tony, I tell you, they shoot at us from the ground. If we spread our flag suits on the floor, they'll protect us better. Tony was newly married, and he said, you do what you want to with yours. I know where mine is going. He sat on it and wrapped it around his crotch. So it was that kind of a learning experience. But later on, you know, I told you I'd pull the gun out on Tony. The the toggleer, we were on the ground, and he came up to me very quietly, said, would you have shot Tony? And I said, how'd you hear about it? We weren't on interphone when I said that to him. He said, he told me about it. And I said, you know, everybody in the world knows, including the Nazis, know that if we fall back and break up the organization, the squadron, that we're endangering the many to try to save the few. And so we have to stay where we are. And he said, but you didn't tell me, would you have shot him? I said, yes, I would have. I would have. He and I knew each other for another 30 years, never talked about it, never. And when he died, his family, you know, I was very close to all of them. When I wrote the book, and it first came out, I sent them all money. I wanted them to all, because they've been such a large part of the story, I wanted them to have a share of it. I was kind of the glue for them, for the crew.
Did you have reunions?
Yes, the bomb group has a reunion every other year.
Right.
And up until last year, the year before, I was elected the president of the bomb group foundation. But, and during that period of time, we were negotiating with Miss McGuire on putting a 100th display in here and having the B-17 have the 100th battle colors.
Markings.
I resigned like within 90 days after they had named me. I didn't like the way they were running the organization, and I didn't want to be any part of something that would cause the IRS to come and ask someone, hey, what about this? And have them say, well, hey, I don't know anything about it, go talk to the president. And I didn't, they were keeping me unaware of how they were running the organization. They wanted me to be a figurehead, and I wouldn't have any part of that. So since then, I've told them they're going to have a reunion. They had one here, a mini reunion, like
about a month or so.
30
right.
days ago or
Yeah.
so.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very much a part of those things until I left.
And so, how soon did you come back to the States?
I came back in June, I believe, and immediately was assigned to fly war worries that were being sent back to the States from Europe. And one of the collection points, they're all over the East Coast and the southern area. One of the collection points was at Dalhart, Texas, and I was assigned to fly B-17s from there to Kingman, Arizona, which was the first boneyard. And the interesting part of that little situation, they, at Dalhart, it was a civilian airfield, they would fuel the airplane to, you know, the Tokyo tanks, everything, I think there's 1,800 gallons or something. And they'd load up the airplane with fuel. And we'd take off and fly 500 or 600 miles to Kingman and land. At Kingman, people were buying the airplane and drain the 100 octane from it, leave the airplane there, and go sell the 100 octane. That's how valuable the octane was versus what it took to buy a B-17. At one time, there were either 17 or 1,800 B-17s parked out southeast of the airfield.
I remember in that movie,
Yes, I know the one you're talking. Dana Andrews?
yes,
And
they're
Frederick March?
yeah, and they're flying in, and you see this plane just lined up. It must
Yeah.
have been like that when you were the best years of our lives.
Yes.
That was the name of the movie.
One day, I'll tell you two stories about it. One, we would take off from Dalhart with the airplane, and we'd come over, we'd fly directly over to Kirtland, if I recall correctly, and land at Kingman. And as I said, we'd land with a tremendous amount of fuel. And so then when they got wise, they began cutting back on the fuel to the point where when we came over to Kingman, we had to check to see if we had enough to get there. And as we got a little wiser to the program, we'd take off, the two pilots, and we all carried screwdrivers. One guy'd fly the airplane, the other guy'd go down and unscrew the clocks. From up in the nose, there were two, the pilots had two, and the net radio operator had one. So we'd unscrew the clocks, and then we'd get to Kingman, and the guy in charge of the operation there was a captain. And he had two hotel rooms in the Kingman Hotel. He lived in one, and the other one was full of whiskey. And we'd give him the clocks, and he'd give us the whiskey. But, you know, you can't feel bad about us unscrewing the clocks, because they were mashing up the things and making kettles out of them.
Yeah.
So they weren't at all particular about it. And so we would take the whiskey and take it back to Dalhart, where those girls going to junior college there would do anything for a drink of whiskey. So we had a hell of a good thing going there. But one day I came in and I was coming into land, and a P-47 guy called in. He said, "I can't get the gear down." And the tower said, "No problem, land beside the runway." So the guy said, "Well, don't you have any other emergency procedures?" "No, we don't have any fire department or anything here. Just land beside the runway. Don't want to clog the runway." The guy said, "Okay." So he came in and landed a big old cloud of dust, you know, and he's finally got out. I came in, did the traffic pattern, and as I went by the fellow, he was standing on the wing, you know, waving his arms at the tower. "Come and get me," you know. It might have been 110 or 20 out there. The guy just forgot about it. He had too much traffic going on. But it was a...
Did they, was there any thought of sending you to the Far East or over to the Pacific?
They gave us 45 days leave, and they stamped everyone got stamped with the same thing. He smokes too much, he drinks too much, he can't stay awake at night. The best way to take care of his problem is give him 45 days leave, and then you can do whatever you want to him. I have that thing with a stamp on it. But another story about the Kingman. One day when I had a lot of time there, I borrowed the captain's Jeep, and I went looking for Easygoing, our airplane. And I must have bounced around for about an hour and a half or two before I finally found Easygoing. I stopped the Jeep and I walked around to the outside, you know, like a mother looking at a child, you know, taking the smudge off here, and walked into the back door, and it looked like a hot roaster oven with all kinds of cobwebs. Walked up to the cockpit. My bright yellow cushion was still there, USAAF on it, and I sat down there and reminisced about all the times that airplane, 26 times, that brought us home. And when time came to leave, I closed all the switches, closed the windows, and said a little prayer. went out and got in the Jeep and refused to look back. I just wanted to remember her as she had been when we were battle partners. Really, really difficult. You know, you go through they're like another person, you know. The last time I flew, when I got out of the Air Force, I was at SAC headquarters, and I took this flight in an F-80 T-33, and I took it up there and I wrung it out. You know, just did everything I could possibly think of, Immelmann's, clover leaves, whatever, and it was right at nightfall, and as I was looking around, you know, trying to have my body remember what it felt like to pull 6 or 7 Gs so that it would be with me for the rest of my life. It's a feeling you don't get anywhere. A roller coaster is about as close as it comes to it, but I really wanted to remember that feeling. Came down and all the fuel lights were red when I landed, taxied in, and everybody had gone home, and I cried. I just cried. Just really hurt.
Do you remember when you first heard about the atomic bomb being dropped at the end of the war?
Not really. I think, I'm pretty sure I was still in England when it was dropped. But later on, when I was in Wichita, I was testing B-47s, and one day there were two organizations there, the base complement. I was testing for the base complement, and there was another group called Project Wyback, Wichita Boeing Aircraft, Wyback, and the head of that organization was Paul Tibbets, and I got to know him pretty well.
Yeah.
And we talked, we chatted in the officers club, and one day I was going through his area, and his airplanes had the new I think we called it a K system, new bombing system in it, whereas the airplanes that we were using in the base didn't have the bombing equipment that we're using for transition on teaching pilots how to fly the airplane. And he said, Hank, he said, I know you're really busy, but would it be too much for you to get yourself a top secret clearance? He said, everything here is top secret. I said, no, sir, we'll get right on it. So I filled out the paperwork and sent it in. And the next time I was home, my father took me out to the backyard. And he said, what's going on? And I said, I don't know, nothing. He said, there were a couple of FBI agents here the other day talking to us about you, and then they went to the neighbors and talked to them about us. And I said, oh, don't worry about that, it's just, you know, the work I do. And he kissed me on the cheek and he said, well, he said, all right, but you could see there was still doubt. But he was a very, whereas our wing commander at Wichita there was a gregarious fighter pilot, a good friend of Chuck Yeager, Spicer, Russ Spicer, excellent fighter pilot. What's his name? Paul Tibbets was quiet, very. No, he was a very business-like colonel. He was a colonel. But I'll tell you another story about, I was stationed at Lowry before I went to Wichita, and there, while I was there, the newspaper said that President Eisenhower, General Eisenhower, was now the president of Columbia University, and he and Mrs. Eisenhower would be coming out to Denver quite often because Mrs. Eisenhower's parents lived there. And so they emptied out some BOQ offices to convert them to offices for the general, because they always have an office available for all 5-star generals when we had 5 stars. And so they ran me out of my office, but in the officers club at noon for lunch, all of us junior officers, we'd have lunch and then we'd go play gin rummy. And they called all the guys that played gin rummy called me the Pigeon. And the reason they called me the Pigeon was I was such a sorry gin rummy player. And General Eisenhower's table where he had lunch was over in the corner, had a sign on it, General Eisenhower, and no one, colonels, generals, no one approached that table because the only person that ever went near it was his waiter. And one day he came walking through the area where we played cards, and he said, "I want to know who's the Pigeon." And everybody pointed at me and laughed. And he said, I happen to be a pretty good poker player. He said, "Let's see what we can do to help you." And I said, I'm like this, 4-star, 5-star general. And so he pulls up a chair next to me, and the guy with my opponent dealt out the cards, and I got him, and I didn't know how to hold him in suit, put him in suit, or ascending order, or what the hell. And I watched it, and they fell on the floor. He got down there and helped me pull them up. Then he showed me how to fix the cards, and then I had to, throw out that first card. And so I kind of said, like which one? And he pointed to one, and I threw it out. And the opponent says, "Are you sure that's a card you want to whatever?" And he said, "Certainly, we're sure." Jen. And everybody burst out laughing. And I turned to the general and I said, "General, are you sure you know how to play this game better than I do?" And he got red, his eyes, his glasses fogged up. He was really beside himself. And after he pulled himself together, he said, "Well, I gotta go." And I said, "Well, thanks a lot for all the help, General." And he started laughing again and headed out the door. I was a PX officer there for a little bit. And this is the end of the story. I got a call from the general's aide. His name was Colonel Shutt. And he said, "Lieutenant, Mrs. Eisenhower and some of her friends are coming out there to shop in your PX." Had about 20,000 men on that base at that time. And he said, "I want everything to be in order, and I want you to wait on her." I said, I'll do better than that, sir. Everything will be in order, and I'll have the manager of the store wait on her." "Apparently you didn't hear me." "Yes, sir. I'll wait on her." Next, cleaned up the store and got everything shipshape. Next morning at 10 o'clock, I'm at the front door, and big black limousine pulls up, and Mrs. Eisenhower comes out with 3 or 4 of her friends, and I introduce myself, and she introduces me to the friends. They come in the store, and I point out where all the departments are, and just like a compass needle points to north, they head for the women's department. And I, right behind Mrs. Eisenhower, and I get behind the counter. And she sees me getting behind the counter, and she says, "Lieutenant." And I knew it, she was headed for the women's underwear. And I got the hell out of behind the counter, and I got Mrs. Jones, whoever, the manager, and she helped her. Later on, as I got to know Mrs. Eisenhower better, I confided to her why I had gotten behind the counter. And she said, "Oh, he's always like that." She says, "Let's just make it our own little secret." I said, "Yes, ma'am." Well, every so often the colonel would call me up and say, "Mrs. Eisenhower went shopping down to May Company in Denver, and she liked tea sets." Mrs. Eisenhower went shopping down at the May Company, saw this beautiful little tea set that she would like to have. How about getting it out to the PX so that you can sell it to her at the lower price? And so I'd have to find a jobber that did business with the May Company and me to transfer this thing through and save her like $2 or $5. I won't say she was cheap, just frugal.
Yeah, right.
But they became very good friends.
Now, when did you decide that you were going to stay in the Air Force, or how did that all come about where you made a career out of it?
I decided I was going to stay in the Air Force very early on. Because they never discovered my mother's illness, I knew I had, my parents were migrant field workers, and that's all I had to look forward to if I got out. And my brother, my older brother had gotten out, and when he got out, I said, I'm going to get out too. And he said, I don't want you to get out. You have a trade. You have a something that you know how to do well. And so, well, that's a story in itself. I went to Santa Ana Army Air Base, where I'd gone earlier for my processing, and when I came back from my 45-day leave, I went there to report back in, and they gave us a physical. And then they said, what would you like to do? Sergeant asked, you want to stay in or get out? And I said, I want to get out. And this is before my chat with my brother. I want to get out. So he took the papers and he threw them in a basket. Went back, and that's when my brother talked me out of getting out. I went back in, I said, Sergeant, I changed my mind. Threw another basket. And so I go back out. Oh, and he says, you're going to Phoenix. You're going to be stationed at Luke Field. And so I said, do you have anything in California? He said, no, everything's taken in California. So I said, okay. So I go out to, as I get out the doors, there's some lieutenant there. He's muttering to himself, and I said, what's the matter? He said, I wanted to go to Luke Field, and they're sending me to California. I said, come here. So they changed us. But that's how chancy it was as to where you were going.
Where did you end up in California then?
At Bakersfield, Minter Field. And there must have been 250 pilots there, all of us coming back, nothing to do. We personified the old saying, there's nothing more useless than a pilot in peacetime. Because all we had to do was attend a roll call in the morning and in the afternoon, and the rest of the time we had nothing to do except get 4 hours of flying time once a month. And so we were attending a roll call, and one day a roll call, they announced that they needed some officers to go inventory the PX. They have a monthly inventory, or I think it's a quarterly inventory. And this other guy and I said, hey, let's go do it. We'll get to meet some of those clerks. They had a couple of good-looking clerks. So we volunteered, and they sent me to the service station. But I looked out, there was a good-looking young girl running the service station. And they had about 4 or 5 Mexican guys pumping the gas, and the customer would give them the money. They'd take it to the money to the clerk, tell her how much the guy had spent, and then hand the guy change. They weren't capable of making change. So I've inventoried the fuel pumps and all the stuff in the station, and when I finished, I was really looking forward to playing kneeses with her when we got to checking the books, And when we finished, I went to her and I said, you've got an $1,800 shortage here somewhere. And I said, I'm going to do it again. And she said, you don't have to do it. You guys don't know what you're doing anyway. Just leave it with me. I'll take it to the office and straighten it out with them. I said, I can't do that. And I said, I'm going to inventory it again. inventoried it again, brought it back to her, said it's still there. She says, Lieutenant, you're bothering me. I've got work to do. So I took it to the PX officer and I said, you've got a shortage over there. So he fired her and put me in charge of the service station. So I get to Denver and the personnel officer is trying to process all 1,500 of how many pilots were sent to Denver because they were closing up Minter. And this guy looks at my prior work history prior to getting in the service. And he says, well, we don't need any gardeners or any farm workers. What were you doing at the last place you were? And I said, I was pumping gas. He said, well, we're going to make you the assistant PX officer. That's how.
So there went.
That's how well informed we were. But I went on to have quite a career as a PX officer. I ran that PX at Lowry for 5 or 6 years, and the only reason I did was I was the only honest one they could find. They like 4 or 5 of those guys were in Leavenworth, cheating and In those days, you ran your own PX. Nowadays, they're all like a chain. But in those days, it was there for the taking, and those guys were taking it.
And so, when you're running a PX, where do you get the stuff that you sell? You said you had you had people that.
In those days, we did work with jobbers or direct with. We had price agreements with many of the big manufacturers, but others only dealt through jobbers. So they're all different.
And who set the price for what you sold it for in the PX? Who set the price?
Well, because we ran the store, we tried to keep our price margin at 10%. And I was selling packages of cigarettes for 5 cents a pack, trying to not let it get too big. But there was, when I first got there and took over that PX, the first thing I did was I went to the MPs at the gates and asked them to check every car of every employee that worked at the PX, and in the cafeterias particularly. They closed the cafeterias at 11 o'clock, if I recall correctly, and so they stopped every car and searched it. They came up with big blocks of butter, sides of ham, everything you can think of, and they came up with so much stuff that.
Now, were these the people that worked there? Were they military personnel, or were they from the outside?
They were non-appropriated fund employees. In other words, they did not have a GS grade. They were hired by the PX and fired by the PX.
But they weren't military. They're not in the military.
We did have some military who wanted jobs after hours.
Okay.
And so they were part of this problem. And I cleaned house, you know. When we went from the we called it from the Brown Shoe Air Force to the Black Shoe Air Force, the first uniforms that came out were for the enlisted men. And the officers had to go to the PX and buy their uniforms. And the guy who had been my boss there at Lowry was at a PX in Scott Field at Bellevue, Illinois. And he, the fellow at Chanute, and myself at Denver had the 3 largest exchanges in the training command. Large stores, 20 to 25 or 30,000 people on the base. And so we did, back in the 40s, I had $1.5 million business, and I was a farm worker. But as I said, I was honest. Anyway, the 3 of us decided that we were going to, since we were selling the uniforms to the officers, and all these commanders wanted their officers to get into the new blue uniform as soon as possible, so that all of their troops would be, you know, wearing the same uniform. So we decided to have the guy at Scott Field, who had been my former boss, stockpile them, and we would draw from him. And it wasn't long before I heard that he was no longer there. And about the same time, I started getting complaints from people who had bought, officers who had bought the uniforms, and they said that, you know, the stitching along the lapels and so forth, it was all turning brown. It was supposed to be blue. And so I went over to the cleaning shop and the tailor shop, and I asked them, what are you people doing here? They're concessions. What are you people doing here, you know? And then, no, we haven't done anything, you know. And so I got the air inspector and told him about the problem, and he called the air inspector at the training command, and they made a case out of it. They found that this fellow over at Scott Field had been given a car by a uniform maker who had taken the old OD colored uniforms, the OD colored thread, forgive me, that they made the uniforms from, dyed it blue, and made the uniforms with the brown, formerly brown thread. And to cover it up with this officer, he gave him a car. Well, not too long thereafter he gave him that car, we had a meeting of PX officers at Fort Leavenworth. And I asked the guy who's a PX officer there, he picked me up in his convertible, and I asked him to go by the prison so that I could see it because it was so massive. And so we drove by there and very slowly, and that was a huge monster thing. And up there in front of the prison, some guy in a blue uniform with a big P on it was spearing leaves. And all of a sudden I heard, "Hank, Hank." So the guy stopped, and I got on my knees on the seat, and looking at this guy was my former boss, a major who had been put in that Leavenworth for that uniform thing. And the driver said, "Don't get out, don't get out. You'll get in trouble if you get out." I just looked at the guy and thought, you know.
So were you in charge of the PXs during the Korean War?
No, by that time, I took a very strange turn. The B-47 came out. It was a 6-engine jet bomber, very advanced. And
When did that come out?
in the late 70s, middle 70s. And the general at Denver, I'd been there like 6 years as a PX officer, but I was a very active pilot. I was checked out in like 5 airplanes, B-25, C-47, UC-78, you know, all prop-driven airplanes. I was very active. And General called me in, he said, "Hank," he said, "you've been here quite a long time." He said, "Since you've been here," he said, "you've been in the training command longer than anyone else who has not been to Korea." And he said, "If I don't get you out of here, you're going over there." And I said, "I have no problem with that. I get to fly jets." He said, No, he said, "I'm going to open up a new base in Wichita, Kansas, and I want you to go over and set up the new PXs, this PX system, and if you do a good job, I'll get you in this new bomber they're building there." And so I said, "Oh, I'm ready, let's go." So I said, "I knew you'd say that." So sure enough, he sent me over there, and I set up the PXs, and then was in the 2nd or 3rd B-47 class that we had at that location. All my fellow students were test pilots at the other factories that were going to build this 1900 airplane fleet. And so I was one of the very first B-47 pilots. And from there on in, I was either a combat crew commander or an aircraft maintenance officer.
Was it difficult for you to transition from props to jets?
No, it took we would transition guys in like 9 or 10 hours at the very most. But what took up most of the time was transitioning them into jet instrument flying, not so much the flying. They didn't like to make that steep overhead turn, because they were, you know, they thought we were crazy trying to land an airplane that way. But I became an instructor in the T-33 and the B-47, and then I became a test pilot for those airplanes, and and because we were at Wichita, the airplanes they're making F-84Fs in Long Island Republic. I think it was a former Republic. They were bringing them out right out of the plant without ever having them tested by an Air Force test pilot, an acceptance pilot. To get them off the line, they wanted them so bad overseas that they take them right out of the plant, come into Wichita, land, and then take them to Alameda, where they put them on an aircraft carrier and send them on over. The F-84F, swept wing F-84.
Thunderjet, I think.
And so, as the in charge of flight tests there, if an airplane came in and had a problem, the test pilot didn't sit around and wait for you to fix it, because they had to bring people in who were specialists in that airplane. He'd go back to the plant and get another one and bring it out. And so I would test off it. So whenever there was an airplane, a strange airplane, I was the man.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd take like for example, if F-84 had a nose wheel shimmy, I'd run it down the runway at maybe 20 miles an hour, maybe 30, and just keep it going up until I was ready to go. So I'd fly the airplane, and I was checked out in an F-84. But I did it with an F-86.
Continue that thought. I'm going to look and see if I can find some pictures of those planes you're talking about here.
Okay.
You can go ahead and
Well,
talk to the folks.
After I was involved with the B-47, I went up to Greenland and flew. I was a test pilot up there, flying B-47s and F-102s. Then came back down and was called to SAC headquarters to be the B-58 project officer. And in that job, I was in charge of the maintainability and reliability of the B-58 fleet. And so I got involved with the B-58 and continued in my involvement with it for 4 years until I retired. And within months after I retired, they retired the B-58 fleet.
Oh. Go ahead and continue, or what you started to say.
This is an A model B-47, and the reason you can tell it is it didn't have the bomb sight in it.
No, here you can use this as a pointer if you want to.
Thank you. And it still had this plexiglass nose up here, windows that is, which enabled the instructors to look out. You can also tell by the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But other peculiarities about this particular airplane is it had leading edge slats like the early the F-86. The early ones had them. And it also had screens on the engines that came out when the airplane was on the ground. And the reason the screens were there were for FOD, foreign object damage. And as soon as you went up into the air, the screens would retract. If Sully had those screens on his airplane, he would not have had the problem he had.
With the birds,
Okay.
yeah. Huh. Yeah. And so what kind of armament, what did that carry?
The only armament this airplane had was in the tail. It had two 20mm guns back there. And the co-pilot could turn his seat around, and he was in charge of the guns.
What kind of bomb load did it carry?
It carried a weapon. It carried a bomb.
Oh,
And that was it. And that was one of the restrictions on that particular airplane. A lot of the fellows had difficulty transitioning into it because it had this tricycle landing gear. And that was one of the things that caused a lot of problems for new pilots.
Yeah.
Oh, and also this, you can tell that it's an A model because it has the apertures there for the bottles, the JATO bottles. They would use them to take off because the engines were underpowered. It was a -11 engine, and later on they had -23 engines. But because it was so underpowered, they had these. They would load it up with 9 JATO bottles on either side, and it would help the airplane take off very rapidly. The only problem was that these bottles were very heavy, and the airplane would have to carry them all the way around. There was no way to jettison them, so it didn't really help the whole situation because it decreased its range.
Here's a T-33. Why don't you put that over there? Yeah, I know that you said that you.
I got about 1,300 hours in these little goodies.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, this is the T-33. It's the tandem-seated airplane model of the F-80. The Shooting Star was the first operational jet airplane.
Yeah.
It also has, this is again an early model, and this is a training command airplane because you can tell by the sign, the FTs. And it also has these small tip tanks. The later models had 200 gallon tip tanks, and instead of hanging below, they attached to the wing right up against it. It would fare into the wing.
Mm-hmm.
In teaching people to fly this airplane, the first thing you teach them is how to recover from an unusual position. And you don't, when the tanks are half full, when you're still using tanks.
A little bit closer to you. Yeah, go ahead.
When you're still using fuel from these tip tanks, you don't start doing unusual positions because the fuel will slush around in the tank and make the airplane very unstable. And instructors quickly learn to not to let people do that when they're teaching them how to fly the airplane. It's a very stable airplane, very easy to fly. It handles very well.
And there is the F-80.
Yep. This was operated much better than the other model.
Mm-hmm.
It still has.
It's the.
I want to see these tanks. It has the drop tanks. That is the hanging tanks as opposed to the ferried tanks.
Right. Yeah. So it's basically the same. I mean, it's more powerful probably. Plus, it has a single seater, right?
Well, originally the airplane was somewhat underpowered, and originally it had a water alcohol system. And I was flying airplanes out of Van Nuys to different bases. They would build the parts at the Burbank plant, then ship them over to Van Nuys where they would assemble them, and we'd take them off out of there. In those days, the Van Nuys strip was very short, and it was blacktop. And I was flying them out of there, and one day it was an especially hot day, and I couldn't figure out how to get the airplane off. Even just putting enough, it has a tank right behind the canopy that holds 90 gallons. And I thought, well, if I just put 90 gallons in the airplane and get it over to March Field, then I can refuel and go on my way. And we figured it out with the charts, and it was still kind of iffy. So the guy says, I'm gonna fill up the water alcohol tank. And I said, what water alcohol tank? I'd seen a switch up in the cockpit, but I'd never inquired about it. And he says, this thing has a capability for it. So I said, great. So they filled up the tank, and I got out to the end of the runway, and he said, as soon as you get it going, just hit the switch. So I got it going, hit the switch, took off very nicely, and I was like about 200 feet off the ground when all of a sudden the airplane just like stopped. and I looked down, and below me was a sea of light, a sea of houses. And I thought, oh no, I'm going to go into all those homes. And I looked down, and the thing was still doing 100%. I'd run out of water. And it was so pronounced that the airplane just jerked. But for operational use, they had the thing wired off so you couldn't use it.
Yeah. Here's a F-84.
Yeah, this was the models that that I became a test pilot. Oh,
Yeah,
one thing
go ahead,
about
put it up on there, and let's.
one
let's
thing
talk
about this
it.
airplane that was interesting.
Yeah.
It had a self-starter. It had a shell with powder, and you put it in. They would put it in there. And there was that English airplane that also had them. I don't remember the nomenclature of it, but it was an English airplane, and we took it over, and some of our light bomber outfits were flying it for a while.
Uh-huh.
But this airplane, one of the first ones that came in and was stuck in Wichita, was the shimmy problem.
Mm.
And so the guy took off and went back after another one, and so I had to call for a sergeant mechanic who knew how to fix the problem, and also was a crew chief on the airplane. So he came and he fixed the problem, and I went out to fly it, and I was about to get into it when I had no idea what I was getting into. But he said, this has this starter, cartridge starter.
Right. Yeah.
This has a cartridge starter, and do you know how to operate it? And I said, no problem. You just. And he said, well, the airplane's different from your T-33, and the T-33, when you start it up, and you've got the RPMs, you bring the throttle around the horn. Just take it around this protrusion, and then you let it wind up, and then you can go. On this one, he said, you take, when the thing kicks, when this cartridge starter goes off, you open the throttle wide, all the way, and it'll pick right on up. Remember that, he said, it's not like your old T-33. I said, yes, sir. Oh, and he said, it's important because you only have low pressure air compressors here, and to get that thing going, after the cartridge has gone off, to get it going, you need a high pressure air to go into the compressor. So I said, no problem. So he took him, I don't know, I think nearly a day to get with a low pressure compressor to get enough pressure into the cylinder. So I go out there, and I'm feeling pretty gung-ho, so he says, you ready? And I said, yes, sir. So he says, okay, hit the switch, and I hit this button. Powie! The thing, and so I'm supposed to bring the throttle all the way. No way I'm going to bring that throttle all the way. The thing just exploded. And he comes climbing up the stairs. Ah, damn it, get out of there. I felt like a dummy, you know. He says, it's going to take me 2 days to get that thing pumped back up. Now get out. No nicety, no more sirs, just get out.
Oh. And here's a F-86.
Well, this is a very straightforward airplane. I really don't. We used it as a chase airplane on the B-47.
Oh, that what you did.
One of the maneuvers that we worked with the B-47 was an Immelman. We would go in at low altitude and then start up, and on the way up, release the bomb. And the bomb would continue up and come on down and hit the target. In the meantime, you were completing the turn, roll around, and take off in the direction you came from. And so it would not seem too much of a problem, you know, to get that airplane and bring it up. You just had to watch the G meter, not exceed the G's, and keep kind of tight, full power because that's a big airplane, and bring it on. And about the time you got here, you were squeezing the cushions, and then you'd have to roll it out and let the nose come down to pick up speed. Well, we would use this airplane to chase it, because no big deal doing that Immelman on a nice sunny day like today, but try it at night, or try it on instruments. Wars are not fought on sunny days, they're fought at night, and they're fought in bad weather. And when you start doing that, that's another story entirely. It's like landing an airplane on a carrier. No big deal on a nice sunny day like today, but try it during a storm, or at night and a storm, or on instruments. You know, there's any kind of variables that, you know, we're talking about squeeze time.
Yeah.
So I can't tell you much more about it, other than it was a very, very easy airplane and very straightforward airplane.
Okay, I need to take a break and change tape. Okay, so this is, what do we got here?
The B-58 Hustler,
Yeah.
built by General Dynamics. They built 122 of them. And whereas the B-52 and the B-47 were our fastest big airplanes before this came out, this airplane came out, and instead of flying at just under 600 miles an hour, the B-47 or B-52, this one flew at 1,325 miles an hour.
Wow.
It advanced the state of the art of aviation considerably. Some of the things that were incorporated in the airplane, we learned from the Germans, from their experience with swept wing airplanes. And so we learned a lot from them. For example, the engines had a nose cone, and one of the problems that engines at that point in time had was that the engine would not accept supersonic air, and so this nose cone on prior airplanes would break up the slipstream so that the engine was inside of the cone of air. And on this particular airplane, because it went so fast, that we call it a dog pecker. Okay, that's the way it would as you increase your speed, the dog pecker would come out and keep that cone outside of the inlet, so that the air going in there, I'm going to explain to you in another way. If you're in a rowboat and you run your hand on the water, right behind your hand there's a burble there. And so the water there is not moving as fast as the water around it. It has become stationary. And so that's what this nose cone did. And it programmed out the faster you went. Of course, this big tank here was 70 feet long, and it carried fuel, except for the very center of the tank where you carried an atom bomb. And when you drop, one of the problems we had with this tank is when we dropped it, simulating dropping an atom bomb, the thing was so streamlined with the airplane that it would continue flying under the airplane. And so we had to figure out some way to separate and start doing its business. So they put I can't remember. This is the tank, and there was a little stick that came down and kind of tipped the tank away so that it wouldn't keep flying under the airplane. Mm-hmm. I can't remember what we called it. But another problem is it had 18 wheels. This was the first airplane that had trucks.
Huh. And
one of the problems we had was that these struts were like, I think 8 or 16 feet long. They were very long because they had to extend from the wing all the way down to below this huge tank. And so if a strut broke, because they were quite thin, if the strut broke, then the airplane would smash down on the tank and you'd have a tremendous fire. And so to combat the problem, we put steel wheels, between every two wheels we put a steel wheel in there. And that's what kept the airplane from, you know, if you had a flat tire, from the truck becoming unbalanced and the airplane breaking up. And so we had, somebody crashed and we had to learn that lesson in that manner. The early airplanes had regular ejection seats, much like any other airplane of that era. But we had a crew flying over Texas at Mach 2, and they had to bail out. They had a problem, I don't recall, it was I'm sure it was a control problem, and they had to bail out, and at Mach 2 it tore them all up because they were just straight seats. And so we had to come up with an encapsulated seat, so that when you pull the handles up, this shell came down and enclosed you. For the pilot, the stick was inside the shell, and the pilot's shell had a window, so that he could see out. And we had one situation where the shell just automatically came down without having been invited to do so, and the pilot was able to bring the airplane in with that looking through that window.
Okay.
When we were first, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna, this one, I just had a little bit on here, so I'm gonna change this one here. It wasn't a full one.
When we first began, well, let's just talk about the seat. Once you were encapsulated, there was oxygen in there. There were the crews flew in what we called street clothes. They didn't have to wear a parachute because the encapsulated seat had its own parachute. There was food in there. There was a rifle in there. If you landed on water, there was some things that looked like a cushion, and it would cause the capsule to float. If you land on land, it would crush these things, and that would take care of the impact. And so when we were first testing those encapsulated seats, we shot bears out, because we found that when a grizzly bear is seated, it has the same CG as a man. And so we shot bears out, and the bears were getting compression fractures of the spine. And the reason is that we're using charges, solid charges, for that seat. It's very heavy.
What would PETA say about that today? What would PETA say about that?
Well, what would happen was that this cannon shell would go off and it would hit the seat and shoot it 17 feet in the air. And so they had to stop the compression. Well, in fact, the last one that we were looking forward to starting the retrofit of the seats. And so there was only one test to go. And they were going to shoot it out here at Edwards. And I was waiting in the office, waiting for the word that said, we're ready to go to start the retrofit. The message came through the teletype, and it went on with all the engineering information. And then the very last sentence, unfortunately, upon landing, the bear died. He had a brain aneurysm of some kind. Yeah, sure. Going back to testing. And so we shot the bears out until they came up with shaped charges. And the charge would light, and then talking milliseconds, start forming gas very slowly, and that allowed your butt and the cushion to compress, and then it shot you out. And so not until we had shaped charges were we able to resolve that problem. And it worked very well. But we had problems. You look at any part of the airplane, I can tell you a problem we had with it.
And so were you were in on it early on then, huh?
Oh, yes. Yeah. The airplane had 19 speed and altitude records during its lifetime. I was with the program for 4.5 years, and the airplane was in the inventory for five, not quite five.
What years were those?
From 59 through 65. That's when I retired. Shortly thereafter, McNamara retired the airplane.
And where were you stationed then?
At SAC headquarters. I was
and where was that?
Omaha, Nebraska. Strategic Air Command. Originally, it was under, the headquarters was under General LeMay.
Right.
And when he left to go to the headquarters, USAAF headquarters, he turned it over to General Power. And both of them were from the same cloth, just really tough. I'll tell you a story about General Power. I was his aide was a very good friend of mine. His name was Jerry O'Malley. And one day General Power called me in along with the senior staff of the headquarters. And he said, Hank, he said, I think that, they had just shot that guy down over Cuba. He was going over there in the F-84 taking pictures, and they shot him down. And General Power said, I don't like asking another command for something that we can do for ourselves. He said, I think that if we put a camera in this fairing, the nose fairing of this tank, that we can take, it'll fit in there, and we can take very good pictures with that camera. And the camera should be vertical, because in that way we can all but aim bombs with it, the pictures, as opposed to putting it on a 45 where it'll take a wide angle shot but not very definitive. So he said, I think we ought to put that system into about 13 or so B-58s, and let's get it done in about 45 days. And I said, yes, sir. All the staff was there. And so the first thing I did is I called the headquarters, the USAF headquarters at the Pentagon, and got a hold of some warrant officer, and I said, I've got this project. It's highly classified, and we need it in 45 days. He said, okay, how much money do you need? And I said, I don't know. He said, no problem. We'll just call it Big Safari. I said, okay. So I went and got this guy from, this colonel from intelligence, and I said, we've got to go down to Carswell, to the General Dynamics plant, and get him to draw up plans for the installation of this system in these airplanes and in the nose cones. So the guy, I get a T-33 and we climb in, and on the way down I tell him that General Power wanted this camera to go vertical and wanted in 45 days. We get down there and at the plant, and the engineers are all ready to brief us, and this guy has already called them, and they have plans for the camera to go in a 45. That's what that colonel wants. And so they brief us on it, and I get the colonel and take him outside in the hallway and say, that's not what General Power wants. He said, this is intelligence business. Don't bother me with your business. So he went off to whatever he was doing. I went back inside to the engineers, and I said, in addition to drawing plans for the camera on a 45, draw plans for it to be vertical. The guy said, yes, sir. You're paying for it. What the hell? And so comes about 30 days, and word comes down that General Power would like to have a how goes it briefing on the 13 airplanes and the camera. And so all the staff, all the 2- and 3-star generals are up there, and I get this butcher paper briefing, and I'm all set up, and I start telling them all the initial stuff, and then I get to the camera, and I show it on a 45, and General Power says he liked me, and he says, Hank, that's not what I told you to do. And I said, I understand that, General, but That's what Colonel Phillips said that should be done. General reached over and grabbed a bunch of papers. He had a big desk, and over beside the room was a big world, a world map about that big, and you know, and it swiveled in any way you wanted. This colonel was over behind the world, and General Power reached over, grabbed a bunch of papers, and threw them at him. He says, "God damn it!" He says, "Read those things. Those gangsters are way ahead of you." And so the papers go all over the floor, and the colonel's, you know, he doesn't want to get on his hands and knees in front of a bunch of generals and pick up all these papers, so he kind of stands there and looks at them. The general says, pick them up, goddammit, and get out of here and take your boss with you." And this boss is a two-star general who later went on to head the CIA, I think. "Take your boss with you." In the meantime, I'm flipping the chart. Sweat is running down the back of my legs. And he sees the chart, and he gets his cigar and takes a big drag, you know, and now I'm talking about it. And he interrupts me, and he starts twiddling his West Point ring, and he says, Hank, I understand that Colonel Phillips hasn't been helping you very much on this project." And I didn't want to say anything, you know, but I had told Jerry O'Malley what my problems were with this guy. And Jerry's over there with his face that's just flushed red, trying to keep from laughing out loud. And the general says, "I'll bet he changes his ways in the future." O'Malley just couldn't hold it any longer. He laughs. And I said, we'll have it ready, General." And he says, "Thanks." So we went out, and I said, "God damn you, Jerry." And Jerry went on to become a 4-star general. And he and his wife were on a T-39 when it crashed, and they died. But we got the camera in the first airplane, and the test pilot.
Vertical camera.
Vertical. In that fairing. And the test pilot took off to the east, gaining altitude, turned on the switch. This engineer from General Dynamics and I were on the edge of the runway in a blue station wagon, and when he's way out there, the engineer called him and said, and he turned around and started back. He's going out to New Mexico, where they had some targets. They were wood, things that grew increasingly larger, from very small to very large, and they use those to check the cameras. And so he went out there and he got to altitude, came back, and he turned his cameras on as he was coming back. Came right over the field and headed for New Mexico. The next day, a large picture came to my office. It showed the book of matches on the engine thing, the cover for the engine, and the book of matches, you could read it. It said, "Close cover before striking," from 50,000 feet.
Oh my gosh.
And it was a highly classified project. 1 week later, they had the earthquake in Alaska, and DOD sent 258s up there to take pictures of the damage. The project was no longer classified. But that's the kind of problem. I had a lot of problems with it. The airplane, the airplane was underfunded, and the funding was not constant. People, some liked it, some didn't like it, and so it was that kind of a problem for that particular airplane. But what it did do was, because it was so fast, and because it could fly low at supersonic speeds as well as high, the Russians had only programmed their radar systems to be able to pick up B-52s and B-47s coming in at high altitude. So they had to reprogram their entire radar systems to pick up this low-flying, fast airplane. and it cost them billions to do that. And so although the airplane didn't last long, it did accomplish that.
When you are a test pilot and you're flying these various airplanes, what are you looking for what problems are you encountering, or what are you looking for, or what are you paying attention to that you realize something's going to have to change if this plane is going to do what we want it to, or whatever?
Well, of course, when there are many different kinds of test pilots. There are production test pilots who work for the company. There are acceptance test pilots who work for the Air Force. They accept the airplane for the materiel command. There are experimental test pilots. There are maintenance test pilots. There are all kinds of people who call themselves test pilot. Okay, and I was for the base. I was testing maintenance. If the gear wouldn't retract, we went up and checked the gear out. If one flap would retract and not the other, we were checking that. But always doing it in a manner that if you did it let's say the flaps, one retracted and one the other one. Well, you did it very incrementally so that you could always have control of the airplane. Very seldom do you test all aspects of an airplane. You, for example, when the first airplane comes out, I'm sure you've seen the paper or whatever, and they take off and they don't raise the gear. They leave the gear down during their initial hop, and they keep the gear down until they land, because if something happens, they want to have that gear down. It's critical. We're talking about tremendous amounts of money. The next thing they will do is, for example, check the control system, and then you go from there incrementally, and it takes time, and it's extremely important. And very seldom do you hear of airplanes crashing in that envelope. The B-1 was noted for being very unstable during its test period. Come to find out, the B-47 and the one other airplane was more unstable than it was. So what's the Navy thing that goes up straight up and then takes off?
Oh, Harrier.
Yeah, that's famous for having been very unstable during that transition from the time the thing is going up this way until it's going through that cycle. There's a point in time, and it happens during that cycle when you're neither going up nor going that way, and there's a point in that axis when you don't have full control of either one. It's something like when an airplane is taking off. Not so much these that have afterburners and all that stuff, but let's take a smaller airplane. When that airplane is taking off, there's a point in time when it's not a ground vehicle and not an air vehicle. It's somewhere in between. And during that point of time, it's neither. Okay? And so it's a very critical, it happens very fast anymore. It wasn't quite so fast way back when, but you have to recognize those aspects about flying airplanes.
Any time when you were flying, when you were testing a plane or flying, say for that matter, when you had a problem that could have really been dangerous?
Oh, sure. Oh, had an airplane, a B-47, or most of these airplanes, bombers, have an encapsulated area that is pressurized. And when you're flying, the pressure is about the same as it is in an airliner, about 9-to-1, if I recall correctly. It's the same as you're flying at 9,000 feet. Well, when you are going into combat, and if a bullet goes through that pressurized compartment, you're gonna have an explosion. Because that pressurized, that's very heavy pressure. And so you use a lower setting where you don't have as much pressure in that cabin, and you're relying more on your oxygen mask. And so I was testing an airplane when taking it up to altitude to check that system, when all of a sudden we had explosive decompression. There's a ground escape, B-47 has a ground escape hatch. The early, yeah, there you go. Just forward of the pilot's compartment, this is where the navigator and bombardier go. Right here, there's a hatch about this big, so that if you're on the ground and you have a problem, you can blow that thing up and get out. Well, we're flying along, big fat done and happy, and about to flip that switch, and the hatch blew off. It just bounced off the canopy and was gone, embedded itself in the tail. And immediately, you go through decompression, and everything ices up. You get a tremendous pain in your ears, your chest. You just have a tremendous pain because of the change in pressure. I was flying, I had a second lieutenant, very, very fine pilot. His name was Smith Swords. And he came to me as just damn near out of flying school, and they asked to the flight test section, and they sent him over there. I guess they didn't have anything else to do with him, and so I schooled him through the job as a co-pilot, and then started checking him out as a pilot. In those days, he was still going through the co-pilot checks, and when this thing flew off, and your voice changes just due to the different pressure. All of a sudden, you have a high, squeaky voice, and the thing blew, and for a moment, when it explodes, you don't know if you're alive or dead. The explosion is so shattering that you can't comprehend it that rapidly, and it just takes a bit before you realize that you're still alive. And so I saw that I was still okay. Oh, everything goes out. Maps, you name it, it all goes flying out that door. Maps out of my, the side pockets, everything goes. It's not nailed down. And so it's for just a few seconds there, it's total chaos in the cockpit. That's really always very, very well managed. And so when the chaos stopped, I said, "Smitty, you okay?" Yeah. He said, and I said, "Well, I'm going to make a high-speed descent, hang on." And pulled the power back and stuck the nose down. And he says, "God damn," he says, "those guys that briefed us on explosive decompression should have talked more about the explosion and less about the decompression."
Now, are you guys side by side, or
No.
one up and one back?
That's the pilot is up. The pilot's in front.
Yeah.
The pilot's in front, and the co-pilot's right here.
Yeah. Okay.
Right behind,
Mhm.
tandem seated.
Right. Yeah. So, but you got it down, okay?
Yeah. The hatch was embedded in the tail. They had to straighten that out. But
Talk just a little bit about Sully, the pilot that landed in the Hudson and saved all those people. What can you relate to what he had to deal with?
I don't want to denigrate anything that pilot did, but there was very little difference between, as far as pilotage, landing on the water and landing 2 feet higher, not 5 feet higher on land. The attitude the airplane had to have was the same.
Mm-hmm.
Any pilot knows that you don't want to hit the water nose down, so you don't want to let your airspeed get down. You want to keep your flying airspeed, and what better way to do it than having the gear up? If you had the gear down, you'd tumble right on over. And so, from a piloting standpoint, he was lucky that, one, he was going downwind, it wasn't a windy day, the water was not rough, there was not a bunch of sailboats out there, the two ferries were right nearby. All of those things happened, was all happenstance. He had no options. He said he couldn't land on land. That's all he had left. And so he did it and did a fine job of it.
Yeah.
But how much piloting skill did it take? Not much that
But
any other.
I think making the right decision to go there
He
and.
didn't have many other options.
Well,
he didn't,
probably
you
so.
know.
Yeah.
I don't want to dispute you, but
No,
what
well,
else?
okay.
What else could he do?
Well, I don't know, probably not.
There was no other place to go.
Right.
That was it.
Yeah.
It was the only clear area available.
Yeah.
And I think most pilots would have exactly done what he did. And I believe that he'd be the first one to tell you that.
Mhm.
He had the proper, the nose was just slightly high, popped it right on in there and just skimmed right in. If he had the gear down, or if he had engines like these, and they took the water in, that airplane would have been in danger of tipping on over. Surely the struts would have broken, I would think. I don't know that, but I would think so. But
Now, when you were, did you learn a lot about metallurgy and physics and all this kind of stuff?
I'm going to confess something to you. I don't have degree one.
I don't necessarily mean a degree,
No,
but
I
I
don't.
mean, did you learn on your own about the stuff that, why, problems
Well,
occur or
let me give
whatever?
you an example. I told you that the B-58 had very long struts
Yes.
because of that gear, that big tank is down there.
Right.
And so I was walking down the flight line at Carswell Air Base where we had all of these B-58s. There it is. I was walking down the flight line with Jim Jabera, the ace. After he came back from Korea, he wanted to get into the B-58s because he thought that was a coming thing. It seemed like fighters were on their way out there for a while. And so he got into the B-58s and they made him the division operations officer. And I was down there checking on some problem from the headquarters. And all of a sudden, way out in the distance, we heard, powie! Just a very sharp explosion. And we rushed on over there, and the strut had split lengthwise. And we were all puzzled. What in the world could cause that? And so, of course, we had to, the airplane sat back on its tail, which it was very prone to do. In some of there are pictures of a B-58 with a piece of concrete just behind the landing gear in front of the cone, the tail, the fairing. And the reason they put it there is when you're refueling the B-58 under certain conditions, you could put more fuel in the back end of the wing than in the front and in the fuselage, and the airplane would sit on its tail. And so they hung this chunk of concrete up there, very uncool, just this beautiful airplane with a big old chunk of concrete.
Yeah.
And so we went rushing down there, and the strut was cracked, and so they had to get the airplane in the hangar and get the strut out and send it to metallurgist. Find out why that thing had cracked in such a strange way. They found that when these struts are cast, and they're tube, and most struts have half hydraulic fluid and half air, and that's what, along with the tires, that's what gives it that resiliency. And they found that when the strut is, after it's cast and it's cooled and all, then they get a deburring tool. It's something like the dentist uses when he's polishing your teeth,
Mhm.
only a little bigger, and have different heads for it, as a dentist does, and they deburr it. They take all the little burrs off and smooth it out and make it look pretty. If you hold that deburring tool too long on one spot, it crystallizes the atoms in there, not the atoms, the whatever, and it like forms a scar. It becomes brittle, just like a scar in your hand, and it's weaker than the sums of the metal around it. And so we had to take all the struts off of all the airplanes, and we only have four spare struts, and we had to run those struts through a place where they could magnaflux them and find if any of them had been damaged in a like manner. Therein lies the story. The guy who was in charge of the chief of maintenance at San Antonio Air Materiel Command had been my former boss at SAC headquarters. We called him Stinky Davis, and Stinky was now in charge of this area and this depot at San Antonio, and we only had those 4 struts in the entire system, and we wanted that job done in 45 days, and he said it was going to take 3 months. And the general said, before I went down there to talk to Stinky, I talked to the general. I said, if we can make that thing go fast, won't have to take any airplanes off alert. And so he said, go down there and tell them that's what we want. I said, yes, sir. Went down and talked to Stinky, and he said, no way, can't do it, impossible. I said, that's what we want. He said, he's a full colonel, and I'm maybe a lieutenant colonel, but surely a major. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're talking about a depot. We look at these problems and we know what we're doing. And I said, General Wilson agrees with me that we should get this done in 45 days. I don't believe you. Well, let's get General Wilson on the speakerphone and you can talk to him. You can ask him. General Wilson, Hank is here in my office, and he says that he wants this thing done in 45 days. No, I've told him that we have to do, it'll take us 6 months or whatever the hell, 6 months to get the job done, and that's the only way we can do it. And General Wilson says, and what was Hank's position? Or what did Hank say? He says he wants it in 45 days. hung the telephone up on his ear. We got it in 45 days. That's the way those generals were. They're merciless. We take off. This General Wilson had a procedure. He'd get all his project officers like myself, and we'd go visit several bases and looking for problems. Any kind of a problem that you have, we want to know about it. We went to Aldous Air Force Base in Enid, Oklahoma, and we're supposed to take off at 5 o'clock the following morning. And come 4 o'clock, when the general said, we're taking off at 5 o'clock in the morning, he didn't mean we're going to assemble at base operations at 5. He meant wheels up at 5. And so we all knew that. Well, we went out and climbed on the airplane at 4 o'clock, except for 2 guys. And they got there at 5 o'clock, just as the engineer was closing. We were in a KC-97, and just as the engineer was closing the passenger door, and these guys came running up with their luggage, and the engineer ran up and told the general who was flying the airplane, he said, General, these 2 guys just had 2 late arrivals. General didn't even look out the window. He just drove down the runway. And these guys running alongside the runway with their luggage took off. Next stop, Goodfellow. They were in and got themselves an airplane and got over there and joined the group. Tough, just really tough.
What did you, so when the B-58 project finished, was that about the time you retired? Is that what you were saying?
6 months later.
Okay, and
Nothing, it had nothing to do with my retirement. It had to do with McNamara's decision.
yeah, but what prompted you to retire at that point?
I had 22 years, and they had I was a reserve officer. I wasn't a regular officer, and reserve officers were all reserve officers were being sent out at 20 years. If you had pretty good service, it was 22, and that was it.
Mm.
But between 20 and 22, you did not have to fly to get flying pay. They gave you the flying pay, but they were trying to save money, so you didn't have to fly. And that's what triggered most of us to get out, because it wasn't the money, it was a lack of flying.
Yeah. And why did you stay reserve? Why didn't you go regular Air Force?
There was a time after the end of the war when the Air Force realized that it had a very small cadre of regular officers, and the great mass of officers were reserves who came in during the war. And so they wanted to take the best reserves and put them in the military, and put them
Regular.
regular. But there was a hidden clause in there that a lot of people were not aware of, and that was that a regular has to get permission to get out of the service. He can't just say, "Hey, I quit," and it normally takes nearly 2 years to work that out. But a reserve, he can just about say, "Hey, I quit. I'll see you later." And so we didn't want to give up that clause that said, "I want to get out." If, for example, I think we're between wars, I don't recall. I was at Lowry at the time. And anyway, but being competitive, I thought, I want to see if I can be selected to be a regular. So I made out the paperwork to go before a board and be interviewed. And so the day for the board came up, and they brought in 3 colonels from another base to our base at Lowry to examine us, to interview us. They did that through all the bases so that there wouldn't be any less chance of favoritism. And so when my time came in to go in, I saluted, and the senior colonel said, "Sit down, and do you have a statement to make?" And my statement was mostly had to do with my education, because my education was my weakest item. I had a good war record. I had a good performance appraisals, and I didn't want to dwell on those. I wanted to dwell on the civil. I told them I'd already taken some courses at Princeton and at Cornell and at UCLA and at Washington State. But back in those days, they didn't send you to college to get a degree. They sent you to learn a specific subject. And so I went, I centered my discussion on that. And then this one colonel, the youngest of the crew, who his ribbons didn't indicate that he had any overseas service, particularly combat service. And so he said, "Given that you're Mexican, why do you believe that lower-ranking airmen and officers would follow you in a stressful situation?" And I couldn't believe that someone, I was wearing, combat ribbons, and they knew from my records that I'd been in the 100th Bomb Group and all this stuff. And so here was a paddlefoot asking me a question that had nothing to do with anything. And I said, "Sir, I believe my combat record speaks for itself. I've had senior as well as junior officers and all levels of enlisted ranks, follow my orders in battle, which is more than I can say for other people present. And he said, listen here, you, and the head of the senior colonel interrupted him and said, I said, which is more than I can say for other people present. I quit, I resign. I don't want to go further with this interview. And the senior colonel said, what's your reason, Lieutenant? Lieutenant. He said, what's your reason, Lieutenant? And I said, I just don't want to go any further. And he said, well, you must have a reason. I'm sure he had to fill out his paperwork. And I said, because I object to the question. And he said, okay, you can go. I go out to the anteroom, and there's the secretary. I'd taken her out before. There's about 3 guys that are waiting to go in. They're all friends of mine. And I'm so damn mad when I walk out there. I said, where does somebody have to go to get away from this crap? No one said a word. Not one person said a word. Grabbed my hat and walked out the door. That's why I never became a regular.
Probably never regretted it.
Sir?
I say you probably never regretted it, did you?
Oh, no, I didn't. Because after I went through that, it seemed to me that the other senior colonels on the base treated me more paternalistically, treated me with a little bit more ease, if you will. I never regretted it. I got that job with the B-58s. I knew full colonels that were West Point graduates that would give them their eye teeth to have that assignment.
And how did you get that assignment?
When I first went into, I was at Wichita, and I'd been there like 6 years. I was head of the test pilots and all that stuff. And message came in, a personnel officer called me up and he said, no, I know what happened. I used to go down to Tulsa Douglas. Douglas had a plant at Tulsa, and they were making B-47s. And I'd go down there and fly them out to somewhere, or take airplanes in there to be fixed. And the operations officer of the group of pilots that were the acceptance pilots at Tulsa Douglas had a little black book. And if you came in, I'm the operations officer, if you came in and you were a nice guy and I liked you, I let you look at my little black book. And it had the names of all the girls that would go out with you, would go out with any one of the pilots, and it had little stars right behind them to indicate who were the better ones and who were not. And so I told him I was down there picking up an airplane, and I told him, it looks like I'm going to have to get out of there because I've been there too long at Wichita. Oh hell, we're going to ask for you by name. You really take care of that little black book, and so we'll get the thing out. There was some major there, and we'll send it up to our headquarters and ask them to call for you by name to come here. I said, gee, thanks a lot. I really appreciate that. So a couple of weeks go by, and I get a call from a major in SAC headquarters, and he said, Major, I'm cutting orders for you to go to MacDill, and that's a SAC base. And I said, no, I'm sorry, I'm going to Tulsa Douglas. I'm going to be an acceptance test pilot down there. He says, no, I'm sorry, you're not going anywhere, you're going to SAC. And he said, anytime any command issues orders or anytime anyone is transferred between commands who has B-47 experience, I get a copy of those orders, he said. And you, my friend, are going to SAC at MacDill. And I said, I don't want to go to MacDill. He said, well, your friend Charlie Bell is going to MacDill, and they tell me that you guys do everything together. We're both old bachelors. And I said, oh, I don't care if Charlie wants to go to MacDill. I said, I want to go to California. He says, do you have a reason for that? And, something that has to do with family? And I said, no, but my family all lives there, and I'd like to go there. And he said, well, let me look at it. Sure as hell, a few days later, here comes orders for me to come to Riverside, to Mars Field. And my very first day, this fellow gave me a tour of the flight line. There was a big discussion whether I was going to be a combat crew commander or be a maintenance officer, because I had so much experience both ways. And so 15th Air Force Headquarters resolved the question. They wanted, because I had so much T-33 experience, they wanted me to fly for them because I could fly their generals and colonels around the countryside. So they made me a maintenance officer attached to 15th Air Force for flying duties. And that's the way I got into SAC. Oh, and the first day they're giving me a tour of the maintenance facilities. This guy we walked into this great big hangar that's at Riverside, and there's a B-47 there, and there's the tech sergeant is up there working on the backbone, the controls. And the guy that's giving me the tour says, "Hi, Sergeant Chasey." He says, "Meet your new boss." And Chasey comes down, and we shake hands, and we part company, and they go show me my office. The next morning, my very first day on the job, I thought, no, you don't want to get there on time, you want to be early. So I went out there like about 5:30, 6 o'clock, walked into the hangar to go to my office, and here's this sergeant up there on top of that airplane. And I saw him up there, and I said, "Hi, Sarge, you're here really early, aren't you?" He said, "I've been here all night." I said, "You've been here all night alone working on this airplane?" "Yes, sir." "You mean you have no one helping you?" "No." I said, "I'd be afraid to fly that airplane in a heavy loaded condition, knowing that you'd worked on that thing all night by yourself." I said, "You come down here and go on home." He said, "I can't. The airplane's going to fly at noon, and I have to fix, the controls were very touchy on that airplane." He said, "I have to fix it." I said, "Sergeant, come on down and go home." And he said, "You're going to get in trouble. You let me take care of that." He goes home. Oh, he goes home. 2 minutes later, this major, the chief of maintenance, calls me up. He says, "Captain Cervantes, meet me at the general's office in 5 minutes." So I climb in the car and go rush into the general's office. He and I walk in the general's office, and this Colonel Miller, says, "Who are you? Where'd you come from? This isn't the training command. This is a strategic air command. This is my wing. I make all the decisions here. You don't make any decisions here. You're nobody here." I'd cancel the mission because no one could fix it. And he said, "Now get out of here before I lose my temper." Walked out, and the major walks out with me, and he said, "I hope you learned a lesson. You don't have too much to say around here." I've been in Wichita where when Hank said, "Hey, don't fly," hey, that was the gospel, you know.
Yeah.
This wasn't Wichita. And so he was my boss. This major was my boss, and he liked me, and we got along very well. And after a while, he was sent to SAC headquarters in charge of maintenance engineering for all Strategic Air Command airplanes. He was now a lieutenant colonel, and then went on to become a full colonel. And when this opening came up for a B-58 project officer, he selected me to go up there. He later went on and became the wing commander of the SR-71 outfit up in Northern California. Just a very, very fine officer. Fine officer.
So what did you do after you got out of the Air Force then?
I worked for 1 year for Northrop, writing the flight handbook for the F-5.
Oh, the F-5, we were gonna.
And
Yeah.
here it is, right here.
Yeah, why don't you put that up there? Let's talk about that a little bit.
There wasn't too much to that. We ran some tests. They were trying to sell the airplane to the Middle Eastern countries.
Mm-hmm.
And they one of the selling points that was that you could land it on the desert, because they have so much desert in the Middle Eastern countries.
Right.
And so they started a project to land the airplane here, and so they could tell the Saudis what the consistency of the desert had to be for them to safely land this airplane. So we began landing the airplane at the Hughes Airport, but not on the runway, right beside the runway. And that was California load bearing ratio number 1.
And where was that airport? Hughes Airport. Where was the airport?
At El Segundo. It's just a one strip right where they had the big hangar where they made the goose.
Oh,
Right
oh, okay.
But we landed next to it. And then they went out to the desert and found different consistencies and landed it there. In the meantime, I was writing the pilot's handbook.
Mm.
And I did that for 1 year, then quit, and went to work for the Space and Missile Systems Organization. And there I was in plans and management for that organization. And one of the things I did there was I was very deeply involved with the intelligence committee. They had an intelligence committee that advised the commander on different matters of high intelligence. One of the members was Jimmy Doolittle, and I got his autograph on one of the books. And Edwin Teller was one of the members, and I'd chat with all these people, and whenever they would meet, Mrs. Doolittle would call me up and say, "Now, Henry, I don't want Jimmy to be eating hamburgers. I want him to have a tuna salad sandwich. Now, you're going to take care of that, aren't you, Henry?" "Yes, ma'am." And so I got to know Mrs. Doolittle a lot better than I knew Jimmy Doolittle. And so I worked there for nearly 6 years, or maybe it was 5. But anyway, during that period of time, I was director of policy and plans, and because I was the highest ranking Mexican in that organization, they made me the Spanish-speaking program coordinator. And this was about the time that, and my job was to try to get more Latinos into government. This was about the time that they had the East LA riots, when Ruben Salazar was killed. And I'm going to digress from airplanes. The heads of all of the federal government agencies in Los Angeles, the Federal Executive Board, they call themselves, they all got together after that riot and decided that they had to get the highest, most knowledgeable people in their organizations to get together and look into all aspects of the federal government's distribution of services to the Latinos in this area. Because I was the highest ranking Latino in that neck of the woods, they made me the head of that thing. And all of these Latinos got together, and we broke down the interface between the community and the federal government into about 8 or 10 groups. For example, law enforcement, housing, jobs, traffic, the major groupings. And so we got all of these people had come together, and people who wanted to be in whatever group, they had that option. So I had a deputy mayor of Los Angeles, an inspector we had several different high-ranking people in the city who were on this group with me. And we, in those days, everybody had to have a plan of action for for equal opportunity. And so we thought, well, a good place to start is just going out, ask all of these 72 agencies to send us a copy of their affirmative action plan. Well, maybe about 6 of them sent a plan, others said the plan or said they had one, but they didn't have one, and some just ignored us. And so we were concerned because our own agencies hadn't sent plans, and we were about to castigate them for it. And you know, we were liable to get fired for telling the commanding general or whoever, get the hell with it here. And so we did that. We sent out a letter to all of these people saying, oh, no, yes. We sent out a letter and said, send us your plans, and we're going to evaluate them and give you a judgment. So some did, some didn't. And so we wrote a very critical letter to, depending on which group you were in, about what you were not doing or were doing. And the head of the Office of Personnel Management for the area, Los Angeles, greater Los Angeles area, he was the guy that was supposed to be our dog robber. And so we wanted him to get this letter out, and he wouldn't do it. And I went down and saw him and said, I want that letter to go out. You guys appointed us to do this, and we want it to be done. Hank, I don't know. I said, look, you either get this thing out in 36 hours, or I'm going to take it to the Los Angeles Times and have them publish it. The letter went out. So I got a reputation. So they called me to SAC headquarters, to the Pentagon, to talk to all the personnel managers of the Pentagon, all the major departments. They had this hall filled with all these major personnel officers. And it was my job to talk to them. And because there was nothing to talk to them about as far as progress, as far as getting Latinos into government, because there was like 1.5% or 2% overall, I didn't know what the hell to talk to them about. So I had a book written by a fellow named Carly McWilliams, who was once the editor of the Los Angeles Times, and he wrote this book titled North from Mexico. And it started, it was all the history of the Mexicans and so forth coming into southwestern United States. And so I got the most interesting parts of that book, and that's what I spoke to these guys about. And when I finished, sat down, and the head personnel officer got up and he said, well, Hank bent history a little bit, but it was very entertaining. And I immediately I had the book in my briefcase, I grabbed the book, I pulled it out, got up on the lectern right next to him, pulled the microphone over from him, and I said, I want you all to know that what I've just told you is a book report on this book written by Carly McWilliams, who was once a editor of the Los Angeles Times. The name of it is North from Mexico, and it's used as a primer at Yale and the University of Michigan. I'm going to sign this over to George so that he can catch up on his history. I get my briefcase and I walked out. This guy comes running after me. I'm going across the lawn, going to catch a cab in Washington. Running across the lawn to catch a cab. He comes running after me. Hank, hey, where are you going? Where are you? I'm going home. What do you mean you're going home? If you won't listen to me, who the hell do I turn to? And I kept on going. And they put me in charge of all of the Spanish-speaking program coordinators in the Department of Defense. It goes on forever. But I was doing my job as directing an office of plans and management and doing all this on the side. Mm-hmm. So I started many of these, like LULAC and MALDEF. They're all Mexican-oriented organizations, all aimed at trying to get more Latinos into government, so there would be a representative number. And I went from that job to the Air Force Contract Management Division, to the Defense Contract Administration Service. I quit and then I retired with 42 years of military, of DOD service. And Mayor Bradley asked me to be an advisor, and then Mayor Ridden, I did that for him. And I sat on many, many boards, personnel boards for the city, hired many and fired many police officers, and hired the first women into the fire department. And I finally quit that to start writing this book. Took me 9 years to write the book.
Wow. And where do you live now?
Marina Del Rey, California.
Okay. And how long you been living there?
Ever since I retired. All the jobs I've held have been right in that area.
In that area, yeah. And where in Marina Del Rey do you live?
I have an apartment on Panay Way, right there at the Cheesecake Factory,
Oh.
by Mother's Beach.
And other, I mean, you've got a lot of interests, I see, but do you have any hobbies like golf or sports?
I'm a skier.
Oh.
I love to ski. Until a couple of years ago, I skied competitively for age group people, and did quite well.
Where do you usually go skiing?
Mammoth, normally, but we've skied all over. I belong to a ski club. We've skied all over Canada, and
how old were you when you first started getting into skiing?
the very first time I began skiing was when I retired from the Air Force when I was 42.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And tell me about, when do you, other than coming down here, I know for the 100th Bomb Group reunions, when did you first start coming to Palm Springs area?
Well, when my very first visit to Palm Springs, I was flying an air. They called me up and said, we need to deliver a C-47 to San Bernardino, to the depot that was there. And you want to go? And I said, certainly. Anything to come to California. So I get to base operations, and this major is making out the clearance, and he's got himself down as a pilot. Although I was an instructor pilot in the airplane. And I thought, well, I didn't know who he was, but I thought, well, guy major, he must be a good pilot. So we take off from Denver, headed for San Bernardino. San Bernardino, but there's an old saying, if you're flying from Denver to San Bernardino, you land at Albuquerque and take fuel on, because if you don't, and the smog is over San Bernardino through the pass, you're going to have a problem. And so when you get to Albuquerque, you can cut across, like over Santa Fe, and cut off maybe 120 miles or something. And so as we approach that decision point, I said to this major, are we going to land at Albuquerque for fuel? And he said, no. He said, I think we can make it. You're the major, okay. So we continue on, and we're nearing the pass, and you can see the smog in there. And this guy is still on VFR. And so I'm getting concerned, and so I said, you're going to have to make an IFR approach to the air base. I forget what it is. But you go to Ontario and hit it, and then you turn, and that takes a little bit of fuel to do that. And I said, we're running very low on fuel. He says, no, I'm going to go under it. You can just imagine going under the pass, through that fog under the pass, or under the fog through the pass. And I said, no way, you're not going to go that way with me. And he looked at me, he said, I'm flying this airplane. I turned back to the sergeant who was the crew chief, who I'd flown with. I used to fly with the general a lot. He liked me. I turned to the sergeant and I said, Sergeant, you see that fire extinguisher? I want you to get a hold of it, and if that major touches the control wheel, I want you to hit him over the head with it. I grabbed a hold of the airplane, I stood it up on the wing, and headed for Palm Springs. It was a one strip, and I called for landing instructions, and they just had this little tiny shack out here, and it was under the FAA. They had an FAA guy out there, and I called for landing instructions, and I couldn't see the lights, but I was so low on fuel, and it was kind of smoggy, and I said landing instructions. The guy said, it'll cost you $25 to turn the lights on. And I thought, what the hell are you talking about? This is a government airplane, you $25. But I said, turn them on. And he said, $25. I said, no problem, you'll get your 25. So he turned the lights on and glided right on in. And taxied toward wherever the hell, and the thing ran out of fuel. And the sergeant and I took off. I don't know what happened to the major, but we took off and went on back. I couldn't get to the operations officer fast enough to tell him that I had threatened a major and why I had threatened him. The guy laughed and he said, hell, that guy, he says, he's only got 3 hours in the airplane. You're an instructor pilot. Why didn't you take over? I said, are you kidding me? Why the hell did you let him file the clearance? He said, well, I knew you were on board. So that was my first visit there.
Okay, I got to change tape again.
So,
Hey, wait just a second.
yeah, go ahead. So I was really shook up about threatening a major to hit him over the head with. Oh, damn.
Yeah, you're you have a habit of shooting navigators and hitting majors over the head with fire extinguishers, and well, you're getting a real rep.
When it comes to my life, I treasure it. I'll talk to you anyway. No.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay. Go ahead.
I think that that's one of the things that pilots learn to do, and that's to be commanding, to be definite, and not to mince words. When you get to, like Sully, for example, the tape, very straightforward. That's what you got to do, and you do it. And I think you learn that very early on. I have no problems with doing it when I have to. Other than that, I love to play.
Tell me about writing your book. How did that all come about, and tell me about that.
I was tired of that job with the city. It was very repetitive, and I've always liked to write. My mom was well educated in Mexico, and she had beautiful penmanship, and I loved to see her writings because it was always so beautiful. Just she really wrote well, and that's what kind of led me in that direction. And after I quit that job, working for the mayor and all that, I decided that I should leave something because I'm a bachelor, that I should leave something for the family. And I started writing, I don't recall exactly where, but as it kept going, I kept expanding. You know, you move forward and backward. And then I got to the point where I had to talk about my mother and her illness. And I found myself, when I was typing, I found myself crying because I was talking about some things that were very, very personal to me. I'd never talked about them to anyone, including my family. I wouldn't talk to my brothers and sisters about it. I was so uptight about it. But I found that when I was writing, that although I was crying, I was releasing this pressure. And as it kept on going, I realized that once you two things. One, when you're going to write a book, you have to write about the things that are in your heart, not about the things that you tell your friends, or you even tell your wife, or you tell whoever. We all have secrets that we keep, and we don't tell anybody about them. Nobody but nobody. And when you're writing a book, if you want it to be interesting, you have to talk about that. And once you do it, then it's no longer a secret because the whole world can read it. And it relieves you of that necessity that you find to keep a secret. You know, how far can I trust you? And I don't have any problems. I was talking to you about my mother, and I had a problem there for a bit, because that's just how dear that subject is to me. But I found that the more I was releasing, that the better I felt. And I think it's added years to my life, because I've gone through that. I've expelled those thoughts, those concerns, and I feel much more at ease. And so as time went on, it just kept growing and growing, and finally I realized, hell, I'm writing a book here. And so I began, I took some time off and did some research, because it's an autobiography. And when you write an autobiography, you have to research all of your subjects, because if somebody reads your autobiography and they find an error in it, they're not going to believe the rest of the story. So I traveled all over the States. I traveled to England, to Spain. I went to Spain and set up the basis for the B-58, and over to Japan. I traveled most of any place where I had been, where I had a story that I wanted to bring in. I traveled there to check out the stories. I've only had one objection. I wrote about, when I was at Lowry, I wrote about captain who, there was a colonel on the base, and I can't remember his name at the moment, but he was the test pilot for the B-17. That was a big airplane. He was a test pilot, and they flew it off of Santa Monica. And he had a son, Junior, and he flew into to Lowry to see his father and his mother. And it was at night. I was on airdrome officer. You're an officer in charge of base operations when everybody goes home. And he came in at night, and although at the AT-6, when you pull the power back, you get a big old red light, and the horn blows it telling you the gear is not down. This guy managed to land with the gear up, and he landed with a shower. I went out there to watch the landings, because he was this colonel's son. So I went out there to watch the landing, and he landed with this shower of sparks, and I went up to the airplane and I said, "You okay?" "Yeah." And so I took him into base ops, and while he was doing his thing, I called the colonel up and I said, "You know, he just landed wheels up." And he said, "Let him walk. Maybe he can think up a good excuse for his knuckleheadedness." So I wasn't going to let him walk. So I took him over home, and he spent a couple of days there with him, and I never saw him again. The book came out, and I got this letter. "I'm going to sue you. You wrote lies, gross lies about me in your lousy book." And he said, "I wasn't there. I was at West Point at the time." And he went on pretty good. "And I've written to your publisher and to Amazon, because Amazon was advertising it. And I'm going to sue you." And so I wrote back to him. I said, "I tried to find you when I was writing the book." He became a 3-star general. In the book, I said, I call him Junior. I said, I hope Junior, I hope that Colonel lived long enough to pin 3 stars on Junior's shirt, because he became a 3-star general. And so I said, "I tried to find you through the Air Force locator. They have where all the senior colonels or generals are all listed. And I tried several ways to find you. I couldn't, because I wanted to check the story. I wanted you to agree with what I wrote. And I couldn't find you, so I went ahead and wrote it, because I know it to be the truth. I'm going to sue you." So Amazon didn't even call me or say a word. They just ran his letter to them twice for about 2 or 3 days and pulled it off. Never heard from him again. Never had another complaint.
And who was your publisher?
Hellgate Press up in Oregon, and they published it. And one thing you learn when you're publishing, trying to get a book published. You know, when I say it took me 9 years to write that book, part of the 9 years was the research, part of the 9 years was trying to find an agent and a publisher. It was all in there. You quickly find out that, well, first of all, if you want to write a book, the best place to learn how to start is to go to the Writer's Digest in the library or bookstore. It's a book about that thick, and you'll learn more about publishing books in that thing in 20 minutes than you will living it. But I tried to get an agent. I quickly found that all the Hollywood agents, all the movie agents are here in California, and all the book agents are in New York. And somebody in New York could care less about some Mexican out here who wants to publish a book. So they all said no. And so I wrote to publishers, and they all said no. And a year later, I heard from this one publisher up in Oregon, and he said, this guy wrote to me, their publicity guy, and he said, we've been moving, so we couldn't get back to you, but we'd like to publish your book. So they send you out what they call a breadboard contract. Everything is in their favor. They want all the rights. They're going to publish the book in English in a book form, but they want they want it in whatever language. They want it in whatever medium, including mediums that are yet to be invented. They want everything, and you're sitting over here. You don't know doodly squat about what's right and what's wrong. If it weren't for the experience I had in contracting and in the Air Force, I would have made the same mistakes other guys made. In any case, I only gave them the rights to publish the book in English in book form, and they did so. And I withheld all the rights, all the other rights, because I had aspirations of having it made into a book or into a movie. And when a movie company is going to do that, they want all the rights to the book so they can exploit it in every possible way. So that's why I limited their rights. In any case, there's an old saying that the publisher works on exposing your book the first year. After that, it's up to the author or your agent if you have one. But very few agents want a first-time author. They want those people that everybody knows, because they know they're not going to make any money out of it. And so I tried to get an agent, couldn't. In the meantime, they ran out of books, and they hesitated to do another run. So I took them to court, took the rights back from them, and I have all the rights back. I own all the rights, and I republished it myself.
Oh, you did.
And I can sell it to a movie company without having them, the movie company, have to go to me or somebody else along the way.
So when you republish it yourself, you got printers? I mean, you got somebody to print
You
the books
just
and
send out a
stuff?
piece of paper and say, I'm going to publish a book. Here's a copy of it. You can look at it and tell me what your price is. The one thing you quickly learn is when you hire a publisher in Oregon to publish your book, and you want copies of it to sell yourself, you find that thing weighs a pound apiece. Each book
Postage.
weighs a pound, and you got to pay the shipping.
Mhm.
So that drives the cost up. And so I got a local publisher, a local printer in Santa Monica to print it. So you learn all these things as you're a neophyte in the business.
About how many have been sold thus far?
Oh, the publisher won't tell you. He just sends you royalties. You're going into an industry where you don't know anything, and they know everything. Okay.
Well, how many were in the first run?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
you
got the
don't know
royalties.
that, huh?
I got royalties. I've had 5,000 printed, and I'm down to some. I left some here when they had the last job fair, or book fair, and down to about 20, I think. And I had.
So did you go around to a lot of book fairs and book signings and things like
yeah.
that all the time? What's that like? Does that get kind of
it's
old
fun.
after a while, or?
You know, like they have them here,
Yeah.
and I sell more books than anybody because I interact with people
Yeah.
and chat with them and talk to them and kid with them. These other guys stand there and they're waiting for somebody to come and ask them, tell me.
Oh, yeah. And do you go to like bookstores and things like that?
Oh yeah, I've done it
sometimes?
too.
Yeah.
I've gone to many Barnes and Nobles.
Have you thought about publishing it in Spanish?
Yes. The problem is that if you have somebody in Mexico translate, it has to be translated and publish it, that's another country. And if he wants to screw you, unless you're going to Mexico to sue him, you better forget it.
I mean, you couldn't just translate it yourself. I mean, you know Spanish.
No, particularly when you start talking about airplanes. How do you translate? You know how you translate jet to Spanish? Propulsión de chorro.
Propulsion.
How'd you like to have to say that about 55 times?
Yeah.
Propulsion, chorro is stream, okay?
Yeah.
And so all of this is in there.
Yeah. Now, and what's the name of the book?
Piloto, pilot in Spanish, migrant worker to jet pilot. But the movie script that I'm writing is Ram Commando, Hitler's kamikaze pilots.
Now, in your first book, is that all in there about that's all in there, so
More
you're
than
extracting that out.
More than what I've told you.
Okay.
More detail,
Yeah.
particularly about the German side, because this guy that claimed that he had rammed me, actually I proved to him that he didn't. He rammed somebody else, but he told me their side of the story. Some English guy wrote a book called The Last Flight of the Luftwaffe, and he wanted my story, and he said that this guy that I just told you about, this German guy, had rammed me, and I said to the English guy, this writer, I said, you prove to me that guy rammed me, and I'll give you the entire story. Otherwise, it'll cost you $25,000. Because I was already in the progress of writing the book, and I didn't want to give it to him. I wanted it to come out in my book. And so, as it turned out, it was a wide decision.
Mhm.
But
Well, that'll be something for us to look forward to. Do you have a timetable that you hope this comes about?
well, it's back to like this. It's the same as writing a book and trying to get somebody to publish it. Except that right now we're going through a downturn in the economy, and all the studios are cutting back on their efforts.
Yeah.
And so I would say that I should have that manuscript ready, I'd say somewhere between 3 and 6 months. Because the script that they use, for this, that the studios use, is a established method of typing the thing.
Mhm.
And I'm not doing that. I'm just writing it and indicating who said what. But somebody's going to have to put it in the format that they want.
So will it be like a documentary or like a Hollywood type movie?
They call it a biopic.
But, okay.
It will be based on the book, but I'm having to take liberties with my biography, because, for example, I never married, and so I have to introduce a love interest. I have plenty of love interests I can rely on, but I take a little bit from different
Yeah.
ones.
Well, I know a lot of those biopics. I mean, they'll take a few different characters and kind of meld them into
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've done that in that area, and some things in very small other areas, but most of it in that area.
Has anyone done a documentary on this, just about the
Somebody,
the crash, the Germans crashing into the Americans?
someone told me that they'd seen National Geographic
Mm.
had done it on, I don't recall the station that they sponsor, but I recall seeing that made-for-TV movie, and it just had very, very small amount of information on they covered too much ground. They didn't concentrate on that specific
That
mission.
part of it.
And
Did they interview anybody that
they
was
didn't
there?
interview me, and yeah, I don't recall if they interviewed anybody. I know they didn't interview any Germans,
Oh.
because they don't speak English.
Yeah.
And they have a picture of my airplane that's in my book.
Uh-huh.
It shows 2 airplanes, and mine doesn't have the tail on it. But they didn't get into the plot.
Yeah.
They just didn't have time, if they knew what it was at all.
Yes.
But
And who, if you had to pick out a leading man to play your role, who would that be?
Mario Lopez.
Oh yeah. Oh, the dancer.
The reason is that if you stop and think of all of the Latino people who are making it in the movies, you can name maybe 4 or 5 women, but name me one young, good-looking Latino who has the experience and the name other than him. Whereas most men's biopics are watched by men, and women aren't all that interested. I figure if you get Mario Lopez in there, they'll draw the girls in.
I think you would.
At first, I had some words with the boxer.
Oh, yeah, like down here.
You know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Mhm, yeah.
But he's gotten his face kind of mashed up, and he's aging. And this guy has to be young, as I was in those days.
Have you had any contact with Mario at all?
No.
Lopez?
No, I haven't. I want to have more. I want to be readable. I want something that he can grasp.
Second, yeah.
And I think there's time for that to be done. I think it'll work out. I think it'll work out.
Yeah, my first contact with him, and by seeing him, was on Dancing with the Stars, and
Yeah.
and they do a lot of nice background stuff. So he just seemed to be a pretty nice kid. Yeah.
Yes, he speaks well. A guy that's going to play my part in a movie has to be able to portray how an officer acts in a movie, acts in real life.
Yeah.
He can't have a heavy accent. He can't be an old guy. He has to look like a pilot.
Right.
Otherwise, the whole thing falls flat.
Right.
And I think that he could do that. He's built like a brick shit house. He's really built.
Yeah.
And so he has those attributes that I think would carry over very, very well.
Yeah.
And so as soon as I have this thing, I have it boxed in. I know the parameters of the story. And so that's kind of why I kind of dwelled on the destruction, and because the destruction in Munich, and also the big mission, and the missions over Holland, because I didn't want the thing to end on a note of the killing of all the deaths in that particular mission. And I thought, if you can end it on the mercy missions, then that appeals to people, as opposed to telling, like Valkyra, that they end up shooting everybody against a wall. And I think that it's a downer, and I want the thing to be something that people can say, well, at least. And that's the last scene on the book. or in the movie as it stands now, where
That's good,
I
yeah.
get this girl and she gave me hell for dropping those bombs on Munich, but I tell her, but then we go on these other missions and she doesn't know about them, and I tell her, well, after all that destruction, let me tell you what I've been doing lately, and I take her upstairs and tell her, and I think that gives a good feeling to anyone who's going to see the story, particularly where you see the women holding their babies and pointing at the big grins on our faces.
I guess we can probably about wrap it up. I use, and maybe you already did this with Bob, I'm not quite sure, but I usually ask someone like you who went through what you did in World War II in particular, any advice you would have to young people that would be going into harm's way these days in the service?
I don't know that I could give anyone who's going into harm's way advice. I am really more concerned with the fact that I believe that Latinos are on the cusp of making wholesale differences in all aspects of our societal, governmental, and economic infrastructures as we know them today. At the present time, just over 13% of everyone in the United States has Latino derivative. And by the year 2050, it's reliably it's reliably predicted that the 25% of everyone in the United States will have Latino blood. And so it's important that Latinos, if we are to make that sort, if we are to be involved in those changing those infrastructures, we need to get the educations necessary to be able to operate in those environments, including the military. With 25% Latinos, there's going to be many more Latinos in the military, and we need to have more of them well schooled so that they can rise to leadership positions. And so when I go to schools, that's what I try to not say it in so many words, but try to well, one of the things I actually say to them is at the very end, after I've told them very much what I've said to you, is if I could go from crawling in the dirt to flying an airplane at 60,000 feet at twice the speed of sound, there isn't a job or a career that any one of you cannot attain if you set your mind to it. Between those two extremes, you can do it. And I think that's really what they have to hear, because many of them come from the same background. You know, I go to talk at a lot of schools. I particularly enjoy talking to fifth graders and kids in middle schools. I go to one high school out at Ontario, and I walk in there at 7:30 and I talk to maybe 300 students. They usher them out, bring another group in. They do that 5 times during the day. And after you've done that 3 times, you kind of wonder, where the hell am I? Did I say that or not? But one thing I've noticed when I'm talking to those kids, I'll tell the teachers, don't tell them anything about my coming in here. Don't tell them who I am, you know, like he's a colonel or whatever. Just tell them that this old guy's going to come in and talk to you. You're going to really enjoy it. And so they load up the room or whatever, and I'll walk in and they'll see me, and all the Latino kids and the black kids, they'll sit there like this. They don't want to have any eye contact with me because they know sure as hell that I'm about to say something that's going to embarrass them more than they already are. And so they'll sit there, you know, and sometimes some of them will even start joking around with each other, trying to attract attention away or detract from what I'm going to say. And then I'll start talking about how tough I had it when I was a kid. And that doesn't mean anything to them. Hell, all of them are one generation away from working in the fields, and they have someone who's cleaning toilets right now. So that's no big impression on them. So then I'll start talking about flying or being in the service, and not as a colonel, as a private, and about flying. And when I start talking about flying, they'll kind of cock their eye at me to see if they think I'm really telling them the truth. And then as I start talking about flying at jets and flying at high speeds, oh man, they're sitting up there, they're looking around, and they're high-fiving each other, and they come running up, they want a hug, they want a picture, they want an autograph, because somebody said something that makes them proud.
Well, we're certainly proud of you, and I want to thank you for your service to our country, and thanks for coming and sharing with us, Hank.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Show it to the kids.
Oh, we will. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what makes my life not that the others weren't.
I'm sure they are. Okay.
I was stationed in Wichita. I was checked out in the T-33, the B-47, C-47, C-45, something else, I don't recall what. And I had a date with a airline stewardess in New York City. And they had a policy at the base, in fact many bases had it, that pilots could take off with an airplane on Friday afternoon and bring it back, as long as they brought it back on Monday morning before time to go to work. And the reason for allowing pilots to do that was that resources are allocated to the bases based on flying hours. And so the more flying hours, more resources. So there were bartenders in LA and in New York that thought I lived there, you know. I was there in those places so often. And so I had a date with this girl in New York City, and an airline stewardess, and I was running a little late, and so I went to base ops to make out the clearance to go to New York. And as I was doing so, the operations officer, Art Pitts, came to me and he said, "Hank, there's a guy who needs a ride to the Midwest, and it's right on your track. You don't have to deviate from the established track from here to New York, and you don't even have to refuel or redo your clearance. All you have to do is drop them off and take off." And I said, and the first thing that came to mind was, this is some paddlefoot who doesn't know anything about oxygen systems or the ejection system on the airplanes, and I'm going to have to spend 35 or 40 minutes teaching him to don't touch this and don't touch that, and when I say go, I don't want to have a little discussion with you about it. I want you to go. And so that's what ran through my mind, and I said, if he's checked out in the oxygen system and the ejection seats, I'll take him, otherwise no go. And as he went back to the coffee shop, he said, over his shoulder, he said, "Oh, I think I can handle it." I said, "Okay." I go into weather, and I get the weather on the clearance. I come out, and the sergeant's behind the dispatch desk, and I said, "Sergeant, I need the passenger's name to enter it on the clearance." That moment, right behind me, some guy says, "Major Charles Yeager." And I thought, I'll be dead. Some paddlefoot, Pitts told him that I didn't want to take him, so now he's making a big joke of it. And I turned to let him have it. And there's both of them with a big old "I gotcha" smile on their faces. I guess he knew about the ejection seats. So I said, "Okay, here we go." So we go out and get in the airplane. We stuff all of on the T-33 or the F-80 for that matter, when they take the guns out of them, they put blocks of concrete or whatever up there to offset that weight, so you have the weight and balance. And so you have to take your clothes and you have to just jam them in there and slam the thing shut. And so we put all our clothes in there, jam them in. He's going home to Charleston, West Virginia. That's his home. And so he wants a ride there. So we take off, we jam our clothes in there, we take off, and we're chatting all the way over there. And we get to Charleston, and I've got Charles Yeager's back there. So I want to show him what a hot pilot acts like, So I come into Charleston, and I'm probably doing 300 miles an hour on initial. I should be doing about 170 or 200. And I kick the airplane up and pull it, reek at that, just really keep it tight. And set it down, and everything's cool. We taxi in, and I shut it down, and he says, as he's climbing out, he says, "Hank, I'll tie this stuff down, because when you're going to fly the airplane with a parachute back there and a hard hat back there, you use the harness straps to strap it all down so that it won't get in the way of the controls." And so he said, "I'll tie it down for you, and so you don't have to mess with it." I said, "Thanks a lot, Chuck." So I waited for him, he tied it up, got down and headed into base ops, and we said our goodbyes. I had to make out another clearance, so I made it out, go out and start the airplane up and taxi out and pour the coal to it as going down the runway, and everything's cool, got 100%, but I'm not accelerating. It's not feeling right. And I look down, I look at the power, it's 100%, and but the accelerator, the airplane doesn't want to fly. And I'm going the length of the runway, and finally I get to there's an ILS shack all at the end of every runway. I get to the runway, and I'm just barely doing 90 or 100 or something. Pull the airplane over the ILS shack, and down below is the Elk River. There's a ravine that runs through there. Lit down into the ravine, and hell, I'm going right downtown Charleston, going through the main drag, trying to get altitude, and I can't understand what the hell's going on. Finally, up on the right side of the cockpit, you can it's interchangeable between the front seat and the back seat. There's a connection there. There's a little lockout box, and it has little yellow lights that you can screw down if you're going to fly at night so that they don't glare in your eyes, or you can unscrew them for daylight. So finally I get out of there, finally just up to the level of the Charleston airport, when I start really looking around in the cockpit to see what the hell's going on, because I can't find anything wrong. And I finally look up there, and I see that there's a little yellow light on, and it says that the dive brakes are down. And so I thought, how the hell does that happen? So when I came in real hot, I probably shook him up. He probably thought I didn't know what the hell I was doing, so he put his dive brakes down instead of in addition to mine. And so when taxied in, and he said, I'll tie it down. When I went out to take off, I did a little cursory check of everything on the outside, and I wasn't about to check the rear cockpit. Hell, Charles Yeager had just been there. So his dive flap switch was down, mine was up. And so I thought, just to show you how dumb a pilot can be, I thought, how in the hell am I going to get those dive brakes? I'd never ever had a necessity to use that lockout box. And I thought, well, maybe I can take my hard hat off and crawl in between and get that goddamn switch and still get back here in time to straighten out the airplane. And I finally thought, no, I'll take my chances and hit that button. Hit the button, and the brakes came up, and off I went. And so I wrote in the book, people may think that, shower Charles Yeager with all of these great words for his having broke the the speed barrier and all that stuff, and they even named the airport after him. But I want people to know what I think of him in a rinky-dink little old T-33. So I wrote to Charles Yeager, Chuck, and I met him in Las Vegas. There was an Air Force thing there, and I saw him, and we were walking around, and we saw General Doolittle and Mrs. Doolittle. She was in a wheelchair, and he was pushing her, and I said, "Come on, let's say hello to General Doolittle and Mrs. Doolittle." "Oh no, hell no! I don't know them." He was very reluctant. I said, "Come on, I know him." And so we go up and talk to General Doolittle, and he's very gracious, and Mrs. Doolittle, she pats my hand, and she loves me because I didn't let General Doolittle have hamburgers. And so when I wrote the book, I wrote Chuck a letter, and I wanted him to give me a little blurb to put on the backside. "The hell with you. You wrote all that bad stuff about me in the book. I'm not giving you anything." All right, no big deal. So I got another friend of mine. What the hell's his name? I can't remember his name. He was the director of the Air and Space Museum for a while. He's also a B-47 pilot and a friend of mine. But he wrote a nice blurb on the back of the book.